Hello, hello everyone. There we go. Okay, let me get us a game. Let me get us a game. There we go. Okay, perfect. It did it on its own. Wonderful. They are so mean. I can't do it. Um we're going to be nice. This is a good, happy, not yet divorced Hansry stream. That said, I am very excited to get divorced. You will have to forgive me for the eldritch eyes that sometimes occur because of the glasses where you can see into my soul forever. Um, it will continue to happen until I get contacts just to stream with. And other than that, I'm just going to have to keep looking down. For the mean options, I wish we had the option to also apologize when they make up, right? Because Hans apologizes and we don't. Awful. Awful. No, we're going to be nice. Eldritch Eyes making a comeback. I know, they were here last time. I tried to make it better, but that just means you can see the green screen. So I don't know what to do about it other than get rid of the glasses. And I am severely myopic, so I need the glasses. I want to be a little mean. You're braver than I am, friend. I think the explosive outburst from Henry is very appropriate for my playthrough. Good for you. But an apology from Henry would have been nice. It would have been nice. Here's the thing, though, especially because we're going like the exact opposite of a an evil Henry playthrough here. The other thing that you guys are going to get to see here is my favorite dialogue thing that comes up in the game if you are nice, which is fantastic. Anyway, yeah, welcome back. I'm glad we're all here. I think the outburst is understandable, but I also think that Henry would also say sorry. He would! I do think Henry can be impulsive, true, and kind of mean at times, also true. But then nobody could be proud of you just when. So it really, it's so much. It's so much. I can't be that mean to Pookie. Uh, nobody could be proud of you. Nobody. Which reminds me, I do have the dev notes here if we want to check anything midstream. Because I do believe. Okay, we've got a couple people here now. I managed to look nice for you guys today. And I was on time. Everyone be proud of me. Anyway, we need to get cleaned up, get our shit fixed, do some stuff, and then get divorced. Scotia! Yay! I'm so glad everyone gets to see the wonderful alternate backgrounds. Isn't it wonderful? Maybelline. It's Maybelline Matte Superstay? Superstay Matte. That's the one. It is fantastic. It will last you all day. Um, this is back to Tim will one day get banned off Twitch, but I definitely, when I look for, I think Hans would keep that nobody would be proud of you with him. I agree. It would show up as part of his doubts, so that's why I think not apologizing is diabolical. I agree. I agree, Anbika. Um, yes, back to why I'm going to be banned off Twitch eventually. Because when I look for lipsticks, I Google, I need them to be like blowjob proof. Not because I will be having any, but that's how you know they're going to last forever. That's the criteria you want to look for. Yeah. I'm getting it cleaned up. It's smart.
Lord Fonberg is beside himself and won't allow his soldiers out the castle.
Aha. So that's why they sent you for the war. Wait a mo then, I'll be right back.
I love the Scotty art. We've got that one and one other one because I don't know that I ever got to download the other one that was featured as part of the Hansry Kingdom header. I don't think I ever got that one to download. It gets to be a little angry sometimes as a treat. Yes. But yes, we have the Scotia art and then the Brillcrest art.
Sorry to bother you, but I've seen you before.
Could you turn the gate? Yes, I can.
I-
One moment. Let me do that for you. As soon as I put the green screen up, the cats are like, we're going to destroy this chair now. Let me know if that's better, Kanji Club.
Remember? Hold on. Are you the boy that cleans the pit under the castle shitting hole?
Thank you, Catherine.
We saw each other by that pond.
Excellent.
What pond? I haven't been at any pond.
We're not going to be humble bragging here.
Yes, you were. You were attacked there by some bandits. You, some other women, and us too.
I have no idea what you're on about. I work at the castle, and I wasn't at any pond.
And I have no idea why you're trying to deny it. I saw you with my own eyes. A couple of the bandits grabbed you, but their leader put a stop to it. It was all very strange.
Shut up! For God's sake! Someone will hear you. I wasn't at the pond, and that's that. And don't mention it again. To me or anyone else.
Chat, that's a good question. Why was she there? Like, because my first thought was she was there because of von Burgo, right? Like doing stuff for the castle. But now I'm like, okay, she was there. Zhishka's men were there. Why was she there? Because it's not like she went there to talk to him. Why would she have been there? Also, I agree. It would have been nice if he'd been able to apologize. And Catherine does have the best singers. Like, why was she there? Doing some recon? Possibly, yeah. Wanting to see Zhishka in action. Plot reasons. I'm with you there. Although the way that you guys said that one after the other, it definitely made it look like wanting to see Zhishka for reasons. And I was like, you know what? Fair. Yes. I think it was a coincidence. Like, Zhishka didn't plan to find her there. But, like, why was she there if she wasn't supposed... Karaoke night with the girlies. That's the answer. Girls' night out. Also correct. So he had to save her in a pinch. It was for ship reasons, you guys. I just think, like, you know, either she's there because of Zhishka, or she's there because of von Bergov reasons. If she's denying it here, surely it would have been for Zhishka reasons. But he was going to be attacking there, and he knew he was attacking with not good men. So why would... Anyway, logic. We're trying to enter logic here. I don't know. Maybe this is explained at some point. I'm just ignorant.
Got that?
Here's your wine. Is this vagabond bothering you?
Excuse you.
I can handle the likes of him myself. Thanks for the wine. Bye.
Look, please. I don't know what's up with you, but I know you were there. I need your help. You owe me that much.
Henry, I have to chide you for this. We do not simply grab women without permission. That's awful. Also, he needed to be her knight in shining armor. Yes. I think she was there because of von Bergov reasons, and she doesn't want any attention on her at all, especially by this stinky rando. You know what? That's fair. That would be 100% fair. Very much do not perceive me. Yeah. I mean, if they had to do laundry, she might not have had a reason to bow out of it, especially if the attack wasn't planned beforehand. That's true. She would have just died. No, I'm joking. Yes. Because she probably wouldn't have gotten away if she wasn't part of that group, unless she's just a really good runner. Maybe because she was grabbed by the bandits and she didn't want to be questioned about that. That's fair. Hello, hello, bewildered beastie. Welcome. We're not divorced yet. It's gonna happen though. I'm excited. I changed the title. Yes. I haven't caught up on last week, so that's more than all right. Things happened last week. Very shippy things, and now we're going to be getting divorced.
But we need to get to von Berghoff, and you're the only one who can confirm who we are.
That's true. She would have thought that Henry was an enemy of Zizka, so why should she trust him? She wouldn't. You're right.
And even if you could, that was the King's messenger. Von Berghoff is getting ready to ride out.
Shit.
If you want to speak to him, the best place would be Samin's wedding. He'll be there. For sure.
No, wait.
And don't ever lay your hands on me again.
You tell him, Catherine.
What are you gaping at? Have you nothing better to do?
Get his ass, Cat. Why is she dressed like a bath maid? Good question. Especially if she's like, I don't want to be perceived. Maybe they just literally don't have enough fabric to cover up the tatas. Why would you tell, I would tell Cat him about the wedding here. Sexism. True. Why would Cat tell him about the wedding? You know, that's a good question. Although at the same time, it's not like it would hurt her, especially if he's on von Berghoff's side. Then just talking to him is not going to harm Zizka. Moreover, I think she felt sorry for him. True, and also probably indebted for the whole having her life saved, because she does go back on that later. He is so pathetic. That's also true. But also, if they do get invited to the castle because they actually are messengers, then she can better keep an eye on him. Possibly poison their wine. Henry's doe eyes. Yes. He does have puppy dog eyes, which Hans especially is very weak to. We know this.
Why are you standing there like a pillar of salt? Are you ready?
Always.
Always ready.
Glad to hear it. You pair ordered a lot more than you paid for, so you'll work your debt off, like I said.
All right. What do you want us to do?
Over there by the gate, there's a cart with sacks of flour from the mill. My old man was meant to take him into the house. But as soon as he got a sniff of work, he vanished into thin air. The second door in there leads to the pantry. That's where I need you to haul the sacks. You have to lay each sack on the planks so they don't touch the damp floor and go mouldy. If you just chuck it on the floor in the corner, it'll spoil. So do it properly. 2 men can finish the work in a jiffy, and then we'll be quits.
Her husband just disappeared. We know a husband of ours like that. That kind of work is beneath us. We're not Hans.
All right, we'll do it. Carrying a few sacks won't kill us. For sure, it's less daunting work than fighting bandits in the woods.
Aye, it's terrible about them bandits. We never had nothing like that here before. Like it or not, you can't pay what you owe me, so I'm putting you to work. Is that clear?
All right, we'll do it.
Glad to hear it. I can see you ain't stuck up like your mate. Where are you actually from, if you don't mind me asking?
Are we from Skalitz or Ratai, guys? Yes, ma'am. The one thing about Betty, and I will pull up a poll for this actually. Skalitz. Skalitz! Okay, no, you guys are very decided. All right. Skalitz boy. So true. I always pick Skalitz. We're going to go Skalitz then. The one thing about Betty is I cannot figure out what her accent is.
Skalitz.
Never heard of it. I ain't been further than Nabakov my whole life, but I know this place inside out.
I heard some talk about some wedding being planned here.
Aye, nobody's talking about nothing else. Young Lord Semine is marrying
Sounds right.
Agnes, the daughter of Thrush, our Troskovitz bailiff. And it's going to be a grand affair. When rich folks get married, that's a feast that's a lot different from when some tanner gets hitched to a bathhouse wench.
Fun fact about medieval weddings. Usually it was a case, especially if you're talking about poor people, you'll end up with guy A with girl B, and they've decided to start hooking up she gets pregnant, and they're like, oh, okay, well, I guess we're getting married now, and that was how it went. So, medieval life.
Will Lord von Berghoff be at the wedding?
How should I know what his lordship's plans are? But most likely he will be. Semine is his vassal.
Miss Henry's luscious, fluttering eyelashes, don't we all? They nerfed my boy for no good reason. It's so true. I mean, poor people didn't really get married until like the Counter-Reformation, right? I mean, kind of, sort of, because okay, so the problem was that the Catholic Church started becoming much more strict about people needing to get married with the 12th century because everything changed during the long 12th century. I feel like that happened for hundreds of years after medieval era. That's true too. But the thing about marriage even being a thing properly started happening more so around the 12th century. And that happened because the church was like, you people need to stop just shacking up together without doing it in the eyes of God the right way. And so they made it much more institutionalized. So we started getting rules about weddings in the 12th century, which is fun.
Who is this Semine?
Can't you tell by the name? The Lord of Semine. The fort and village belong to him. Old Jan Semine is the head of the family, and his son's called Alder, and it's him who's getting hitched. They used to be a rich family. Their glory's faded a bit, but they still have some clout.
If God is omniscient and omnipresent, then he knows we're married. Checkmate Catholicism. So true. Oh God. Yeah, no, they weren't okay with that. They were very big on the whole, no, we need to do this the proper ritualized way. The way that they did it back in the Garden of Eden. That's a joke.
Where's the wedding going to be?
At Semine, of course. I expect old Sir Jan and our bailiff will try to outdo each other in showing off their wealth.
Could I get to the wedding somehow?
I don't know about that, lad. It's for invited guests only.
It seems that's really our only chance.
What's that?
Oh, nothing.
If you want to find out more, there's a couple of guests having an ale over there. Young Svartje there. He's the bride's brother. He can be a bit of a pain, but he's a good lad at heart.
So glad I was not raised with Catholic beliefs. Yeah, same. Both sets of grandparents for me were Catholic, and I was raised atheist by my parents, who the Catholicism drove that into them. Wedding Crash was 1403. You know, that was my first thought when I played this. I was like, okay, we're gonna crash a wedding. Not quite, but you know, that would have been fun. We could have done it without getting divorced. Although, you know what? I think Hans actually crashes the wedding and doesn't actually go there as like a guest. I think he just goes in and acts like he belongs there, because that's what you're supposed to do if you're in a place you're not supposed to be. My mother's mother was Catholic and said, "I'm not raising my girls like that." Yep, yep. It's not a good way of life.
Is that all you know about the wedding?
What else is there to know? I'm just looking forward to being a guest and having someone serve me for a change.
Went to Catholic school because they're still considered the highest quality education here for middle and high school. Sat through so many boring masses. I believe it. The best disguise is confidence. That's what I'm saying. You just, you go somewhere, you need to be holding either a clipboard or like a cup of Starbucks, and you just walk and you just go as if you belong in that place and no one will question you.
What's life like here?
Better now that you and your pal have finally had a wash. Truth to tell, it used to be better. The war might be far away, but more and more young lads are going away to fight. But
Betty
then
is
there's a
vicious.
shortage of folk to do the work around here, and that's a big problem.
I'm not gonna just pull you, I'm sorry. Couldn't be me. I'm nervous in places I actually belong to. You know, Same, and then I just hide all of that because I have an acting background and can do that. I realize that is a privilege. Not everyone can do that, but like that's where my powers come from. Uh, anyway, we are a good boy. We're ready to
Where
work.
can I find work here?
First, you've got to carry them sacks for me, so don't bother looking anywhere else yet.
Oh yeah.
But otherwise, you can find work anywhere. You just need to keep your eyes open and not be afraid to ask. Try Radovan the smith for one. He's a bit odd, but he'll pay decently for a helping hand. Come to mention it, he's sat just round the corner there if you want to ask him about it. And that fella next to him is Miller Crazel. He needs helpers now and then, but watch out for him. You know what they say about Millers.
I've heard things, all right.
Well then, be careful.
I love how she's not letting him off the hook. Yeah, Betty's great at that. Just like, oh yeah, don't go running off before you get the work done for me. That's mom behavior. I'm no actor, but I learned to hide it well. Yeah. Society isn't kind to people expressing discomfort with the status quo. Ain't that the fucking truth? That's what you have to learn if you're a woman with autism. I can't get over Henry's West Country accent. It's so rare to hear in anything. So nice. Yeah, I think it was a really good choice of theirs to throw in someone with a very, I don't want to say unique, but something that you just don't hear in media very often. Um, it does make Henry stand out in a good way, I think.
Is this the only tavern here?
In Troskovitz it is.
You must be doing pretty well then, eh?
I'd be doing a lot better if everyone paid the bills.
Well, excuse me. Reminds me of some of the hobbits. Yeah, you're not wrong. Henry might be a half-elf, but he also is very hobbit-coded. I find his accent has gotten stronger compared to KCD1. Either that or he's just louder. I think both. And I'm also going to say that I'm reminded again of someone who came into my ask box who was like, Henry goes into the romance scene with Hans and immediately puts on this fuck me voice and just drops like several octaves. And I'm like, you know what? He does do that. Sam got the West Country accent because it's stereotypically yokel in Britain. Ugh. I love Sam. I can't tell what accents are from at all, but Henry's does sound very unique. It does sound stronger and his voice is definitely deeper in KCD2. Yeah. Isn't that bit the cultural equivalent of the Southern accent in the US? Maybe. I wouldn't know. But I'm sure people in chat will know. Did she not tell us where to move the sacks already? Sam mentioned. Love Sam. Yeah, it's super noticeable if you play them back to back. Yeah. Appalachia. Yeah, that's a good comparison.
Where do you want the sacks moved to?
To the pantry. That's the second door inside there. But I'd split the work with your pal if I was you.
If only.
So you don't do yourself a mischief. It's his debt too, isn't it?
Where's the pantry?
Second door inside the tavern. You can't miss it.
You'd be amazed at the things I can miss.
I'll go and discuss it with my friend then.
And careful with them sacks. I don't want you ripping them or anything like that. Hey, coming right up. What? There'd have to be two
What's
of
he
us.
waving?
I couldn't manage a pig that size on my own.
No? Alright, just talk.
I talked to that woman from the pond.
I noticed. It didn't look like she was too pleased to see you, though.
But he sounds pleased about it. Those bowls are huge. Meanwhile, Hans is like, I'm not eating this. I think Tom talked about the accent in an interview in southwestern England. I'd have to check for what it's actually called. Of course, he noticed Henry talking to a woman, right? Like, immediately, like, oh yeah, no, she wasn't too happy to be talking to you. I'm like, you bet.
The main thing is, she denied ever being at the pond.
It's definitely her, though. You don't forget a figure like hers.
I got the feeling she didn't want to talk about it for some reason. I did get something out of her, though.
What? Don't keep me in suspense.
Von Bergov is about to leave the castle.
Sacre! If he pledges to Sigismund before we can get to him, everything's fucked.
Calm down, let me finish. There's also going to be a big wedding in the region. Young Lord Semin, a nobleman, is marrying the local bailiff's daughter. It's the talk of the region. It's invitation only, of course. But maybe we could wangle our way in somehow.
Why should some wedding in a shithole near Trotsky be of any interest to us?
Of course Hans would know what striking out with a woman looks like. Yes. Yes.
Because it
He's
looks
so good
like
at
von
it.
Berghoff will be there.
Oh, that's fantastic news, Henry. So all we have to do is get on the guest list. And that shouldn't be a problem because you've got a cunning plan, right?
Well, technically.
I'll come up with something.
I hope so. You can't expect me to do the thinking for both of us all the time. We'll ask the locals and see.
There's something else we have to sort out first. I spoke to the innkeeper.
I noticed that too.
And we can work off our debt. All we have to do is carry a few sacks of flour from that cart to the pantry.
Yeah, Hans.
If we both do it, we'll be finished in no time.
Yeah,
Lug
Hans.
sacks? Are you yanking my noble pizzle?
I sure
I'm
would
serious.
like to be.
I can't work. I'm a noble. What if someone saw me?
I did install the Pizzle Yanked mod, by the way. Hans is such a little shit here. I do understand why Henry snaps later. Yeah, Bellator rat. Sackgate? Not yet, Hans. The Pizzle will be yanked. The yanking of ye Pizzle will happen. Oh, Sir Hans, what a little bish you are. So true. But we love him so much. I can't work. I'm a noble. So we're not going to just roll over and just take it, right? What mod? The Pizzle Yank mod, because I will die again, guys. It will happen again. And then instead of seeing game over, we will see Pizzle Yanked, which is infinitely better. Except it will have been before we ever got to yank Hans's Pizzle, and it will be very sad. But you know what? F in the chat and all that. Brat/Brat Tamer is truly the pairing combo of all time. Yes. Okay, we're not just gonna roll over and die. I'm letting you guys vote on this. Yeah. Let me pull up polls. I really need to buy this game on PC as well. The mods are so good. To be fair to Hans, Henry's always ahead of his time. That's true. It's really not expected for a noble to do work at this point in time. Unfortunately for him, Henry has unionized. Yeah. There we go. That should show up. Perfect. Which dialogue option are we choosing? Henry introducing democracy to Bohemia. Good luck, Henry. Oh, guys. Okay, good. I was about to say we're gonna go 25, 25, 25. Oof. Well, this is still, okay. The thing is, you are absolutely right, Anmika. Technically, Hans is correct about the 3 states of man. Absolutely, he's correct. It's equality. Now I have the urge to write Hans's set during like the late 1800s where Henry is a labor organizer. Oh my god, and obviously Hans owns the means of production. Wait, no, I'm turning this Marxist. Alright, we're gonna go with 2. A labor organizer. It is a great idea.
Do you have any idea what you look like?
Well, all right. I may not look much like a noble, but my blood's still blue. People will remember my face, and when everything's cleared up, word will get around that I lugged sacks here like some beggar, as if the disgrace at the gate wasn't enough. Ugh.
North and South, but make it Hansry. Yes. If anybody recognizes Hans here, he would lose so much reputation and respect. And he knows it. Anbika, you are correct there. But like from Henry's perspective, of course, he's like, We don't even live here. Henry's blood is blue too. Get your butt moving, my lord. Technically, Henry's blood is purple. That's actually more royal, now that I'm thinking about it. Ooh. The girls are fighting, they're gonna get divorced, and we're going to possibly... Not the purple. He's a mutt himself. We're gonna go nice. Before I poll you guys on everything, we can save that for the Twitch chat plays Baldur's Gate 3 chat stream. I know words.
Look, we're not in any position to pick and choose. So if you want to somehow scrape your way out of this mess, you better forget your airs and graces and make some effort.
Don't be
Bit of
mean,
honest
Henry.
work won't kill you.
Henry, haven't you ever
Oh,
heard
boy.
of the 3 states of man?
Would that be some aristocratic excuse?
Not so fast. It's God's law. Oratoris, the priests who pray for us. Laboratoris, the plebs who shovel shit and pay taxes. And Bellatoris, the warriors who protect the ones on their knees or in the field.
If Luke Dale ever watches this stream, I need him to know that a single Bellator is not Bellatoris. It's just a Bellator. Since I keep seeing that meme of him posting that tweet, I'm like, sir, that is not... No, you can't say I'm Bellatoris. You have to say I'm a Bellator. Ino-chan, thank you for the follow, by the way. Also, yes, we're losing reputation with the boyfriend, and it's gonna keep going down from there. We're getting divorced. Salt, liquid, and gaseous. Well, now we're going into Atlet territory. Except instead of the Fire Nation attacking, it's the Zhishka Nation. These fake Latin speakers not knowing their grammar. Okay, listen. This reminds me of like the other day where I was talking to someone and they pull out like I'm like, oh yeah, obviously we've all heard of this historical figure, in this case Hildegard from Bingen, and they're like, who? And I'm like, I have no idea how you don't know this. And I've already entered that phase of like doing my history PhD where I'm like, ah yes, of course, Hildegard von Bingen, we all know her. Latin, we all know it. The lady with the banger songs, exactly. Both in the 12th century and also in the modern day, which is Hildegard von Bingen. She's got some real bangers. Hildegard von Bingen, though, possibly a lesbian. We love historical rep. And yes, before someone comes and it's like, well, we didn't have lesbians back then. I know, she might not have self-identified that way, but oh well. Hans-splaining. He's so good at it. It is canon that Henry would be mean to Hans, though. True. That's their shtick, and that's why Hans liked him in the first place, because Henry wouldn't roll over. Not too mean, and still wish there was an apology option. I know! It's so awful. Anyway, where were we? Our proud Bellator.
Now, which am I? So if you find me a sword,
It's a
I
fine
can get
line.
to work. But wield a pitchfork or carry sacks? That's against God and nature.
Where do we fit in? Oh, look at how much we've learned, chat. So much! 5 things! Thank you for the history education, Sir Hans.
So, which do I belong to?
Good question. Before I'd have said you're a peasant, but it turned out that you're a noble's bastard. And you're pretty handy with a sword. And you've even been in a monastery.
I'd rather forget about that.
You're a bit of everything. But if you get your hands dirty with labour, it wouldn't be such an offence against divine order as in my case. Pure blood, noble status and that. In short, be so kind as to get to work. I promise I'll make it up to you.
And he will, too. Are we... I'm pretty sure we're going to lose reputation if we say that. Look at Hans just laying it out there that Henry basically moves through all the social strata. I know! The game knows! Hans is, again, correct. True. But again, unfortunately for him, Henry and God are besties, and Henry can take liberties with God's laws. That's the other thing I was going to say. Anyway, yeah. Henry is this game's God's favorite princess. Make it up to him, you say. See, this is why he went looking for Mutt. But also, yeah, no, he can make it up to him in other ways, and he will too. The pizzles will be yanked, ideally. Also, yes, to answer the other question that I previously forgot because ADHD, Henry and his view on religion and God is so fascinating. True, for the time period he lives in. Yeah, no, I saw a comic about how Henry technically might end up. Was it a comic? I don't remember exactly what it was. Point is, it was about Henry maybe going to hell because he technically did mumble his way through vows and then he left. Also, yes, Twitch chat plays BG3. That will happen at some point. Obviously not on a Saturday, but it will happen. In which case, I really will let you guys. I will do honor mode run, and I will let you guys vote on everything, and I will try to survive as best I can. Given that, the only thing that I won't be able to let you guys vote on is the one that will literally insta kill me, because that would be mean. But I'll try to survive. Anyway, we're gonna be nice. We're just gonna do it, and we'll get maybe our Hercules line in.
I'm going then. But you could give me a hand. It wouldn't do you any harm.
I said leave.
Stop whining. You can manage. Well, if it makes you feel better, I'll scratch your back later.
How? Well, giving me a large estate?
No, by yanking your
That
pistol,
too,
obviously.
Of course. Maybe 2 estates. But above all, once we're out of the worst, I'll help you find your dog. As soon as we have at least some gear, we'll head into the forest and find Mutt in a trice. Although, if you think about the 3 states of man, looking for lost dogs is more like a huntsman's work. But let's pay no mind to that.
How generous of you, Lord Cakewon.
I know, my dear Henry. Such is my nature.
Such is his nature. The insta-kill option is so funny. I agree. Blues Old Worlds. Thank you so much for the follow. Damn, I made it in time here before the divorce. Yeah, you did. Hello, welcome. Make it up to him, you say. Oh, he will. Scratch your back, all right. Yep. My dear Henry, I also took note of that. This is the part where Tom in his playthrough says, hey, Hansry is beginning. You got the double entendre. Listen, Hansry was beginning the second we had, you think we're gonna play with our cocks, right? Or fight. They're so similar. For these two, they're so similar. Can't wait for this one. Same. He subscribes to the 3 states of man when it suits him. I know, right? The locking of Sax does not qualify. And why would it? He is a true blue-blooded Bellator. We just happen to be a Bellator Orator Laborator with purple blood. I was in chat for Sir Donnie's stream on Tronsky, but they lost connection, but the chat kept going. Oh, that's fun! To me, Hansry was beginning in the first game when they met. Yeah, honestly, yes. My English is not my native language, but I like the opinions I read here. Oh, wonderful! Welcome! Thank you so much for being here. I will try to speak more clearly. I hope I think I have a fairly clean accent. There's a reason why I have the little German flag in my bio. I don't want anyone to think I'm American, but you know what? The clean accent is there. The look Henry gave him in that scene, I was like, oh, yeah, your accent is immaculate. Thank you. Thank you. I can also do a good RP, received pronunciation. Basic British. I fell in love with him when he made me run behind him to go hunting. Oh. Touch starved noble. Fight me, peasant. Punch me. Yes. That's what it is. No, I proper started shipping them when they, okay, well, obviously there was the foyer at the beginning, right? The rituals are intricate. Once again, I have to refer to, is it Barbara? I have to find it now. Where is it? You construct intricate rituals which allow you to touch the skin of other men. Barbara Kruger, I was right. Yes. One of my favorite pieces of art. The intricate mating rituals for the bird boy. Hans wants Henry to top him so bad. Wait, who said that? I said that. But also you, Anvika. You and I together. Handshake emoji. Can't disagree when it's true. Can we talk to him more? I assume not. Or maybe. Ooh. I didn't know we could say more. Oh, wait, no, we're talking to her. Shoot. I wanted to talk to
Start with
Pookie.
those sacks.
Nice and steady, so you don't do your back in.
Hans.
What do you mean?
Let me talk to you, Pookie.
One day,
Oh, okay.
I'm going then. But you could give me a hand. It wouldn't do you any harm.
That's again.
Ah, stop. Think of Mutt, Henry.
We will. We will think of Mutt. Shaking everybody's hand in this chat. Same. Hans straight up creeping in there. It's beautiful. For real, like, why are you not talking to someone who's not me? It's always him.
there'd have to be two of us. I couldn't manage it.
Alright, we are talking to these two.
Strong as an ox.
Greetings to you.
Likewise, lad.
I haven't seen you here before. Where are you from?
His is probably the voice that I recognize the most in all the NPCs, is the Miller. I ran away from Scarlets. Henry, that makes you sound like either you ran away from home or you're like a deserter. Is that Bernard? Maybe it's that voice. Truer words have never been spoken. You're the most jealous person I know. You know other people? Yeah. It's not even just like, oh, you know other men. It's you know other people. 100%. Truly is a choice of words here. Jealous Hans is truth. Yeah. I didn't realize until Tom streamed that Semin is the same VA as Hannah. Is he really? I didn't know that either. Damn. All right. I'm gonna go with the classy option of just saying I'm not local. Bernard, my beloved, same. Good man.
Well, I'm not from around here. I'm just an ordinary tradesman who minds his own business.
An ordinary tradesman, you say?
That sounds so much more suspicious. I'm nobody. I just mind my own business, which means I can do anything under the table for you. I've used that strategy before, Henry. There are probably like 10 VAs or several 100 PCs. I know. That's why, like, for a voice actor, that's like the sort of games you want to get in on. Game. How suspicious do you want to be? Very.
I find that hard to believe. Me and Crazel have had our eye on you for a while now.
You look like beggars, but you talk like learned fellas. You two are an odd pair, all right.
Do me a favor. It's obvious they're two hard-up students. Or apprentices. What do they call you, lad?
Wait, Henry or Henry of Skalitz? Hi, my name is John Normal, and I have a job. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. And he just lost all his perks. His speech level is so low now. Pretty common for RPGs. That's true, but none as bad as, like, Skyrim and Oblivion. Anything but, like, Elder Scrolls. Henry Scout's boy all the time. Just Henry Scout's. All right, we've got debate going on. I'm gonna make it a poll. Oh, it's kind of it's like 5 for every 200 NPCs. Those are the jobs you want as a voice actor, right? All right, we're going Scouts first. It seems, at least for now. I'll let you guys vote a tiny bit longer. That's pretty decided. You can take the boy out of Scouts, but not Scouts out of the boy. So true. All right, now we're very, very decided. Loving this poll feature, you guys.
Henry of Skalitz.
Fancy yourself a noble, it seems.
We can't do it right,
Henry,
guys.
What was it you were after?
Since you've joined us.
Can't get him out of Hans either. Okay, now I'm getting reminded of the what was it? Is the No, not even King Arthur could pull him out of me. That one, which is so good. Uh, Sift the Fierce. Hello, everyone. Hello. It's funny because there's one guy who's like, "You don't look like a noble to me if you introduce yourself as Henry of Scots," and when you're like, "Nah, noble," he goes, "Well, if you add of Scots, it sounds like you're a noble." Even Arthur couldn't pull Henry out of. That's what. Yes, yes. We're gonna go first, but looking for work.
I'm looking for work.
And what can you do?
I can do a lot of things. But mainly, I'm a blacksmith.
Bugger me. A blacksmith, you say? That makes 2 of us. And my apprentices have just vanished along with my goods, the bastards. When I'm swamped with work, let's shake on it.
Why work in the smithy when you can work in my mill? The job's cleaner and less grueling.
Oi, I asked him first.
I read a fanfiction that took place between the 2 games that was explaining why no one calls him Hal anymore, and it was a way to say I'm not Scarlet's boy anymore, and it broke my heart. No! No! And that makes it even more heartbreaking that sometimes Hans does. I can sing, I can dance, I can juggle. I like how they're fighting over him. That Henry is used to that. He's got employers fighting over him because he's a good, hard-working lad, and he's got romantic interests fighting over him. But he's only got, well, no, I was gonna say he's only got eyes for one person in this playthrough. Yes, however, he clearly is, and I was saying this yesterday on Tumblr to me, to someone in replies. To me, Henry is demisexual because anytime that he sleeps with a person, he's like, so we can get married, right? So we're together now? But Hans is the only one who also wants that, except Hans can't have it. This is them, you guys. Them. Uh, Downty up. Thank you so much for the follow. In that same fanfiction, he stole Bianca's ring and threw it away to also distance himself from Scouts. No! I really miss people calling him Hal. Same. Now I'm imagining Hans watching this, also jealous, but not knowing exactly why he's jealous. It's like when he calls out Bianca's name at the beginning. When does he call him Hal in the game? I don't think I ever heard in the second one. Besides the point, I wish they would keep calling him Hal. I feel like I remember him saying it a couple of times in this game, but it's really rare. Don't like that. Yeah. Although, you know what? Hang on. Now, there's a good chance that Hal is part of other words as well, but I can check. Oh yeah, it's part of shall. That's not good. It's also part of halt. Can I do space? Betrothal. We'll be here for a while. Death Note's. I mean, I'm doing my best. Seneschal has all Hal in it. Seneschal. Seneschal. Does it come up at all? I could have sworn it did. Could you check with uppercase on? And yeah, add space after. Space or before after. We're trying. Franz Rosenthal, of course, that has Hal in it. Here's Franz Rosenthal again. It's gotta be so inconvenient for people who don't speak German in this game. Because there's so many times that people will just toss in random German. And I'm like, well, I understand that, but other people might not. Machal the Miller. Let's try. German is close enough to English, you get the idea. That's true, although I know there have been times that people have struggled that I've spoken with. There's also, it helps with Yiddish. Like, there's so much of Yiddish that I'm like, yeah. Ooh, I found something, you guys. Um, it's usually understandable through context clues. True, but sometimes I'm just nodding and smiling. That's what I'm thinking. Like people who don't speak German have got to be struggling to some extent. Oh yeah, I have no idea what they say in German. Yeah, and the Yiddish is the same. Like I can grasp so much of the Yiddish. I'm in this weird situation where my German is good enough that I understand what they all say, but not good enough to notice any grammar or syntax mistakes, and they are there. They infuriate me. I grew up around German speakers, so I'm biased. I mean, always takes me out when they speak it. It's painful. Did they already have Yiddish at the time? That is a good question. I want to say the answer to that is yes. I would need to look into it though. Okay, here we go. So, who is this? Bonka Podseminsko. Now we're gonna go into characters. Who the fuck is Bonka? Localized strings. Bonnie. Okay, so when he's introducing himself to Bonnie, Henry can introduce himself as either uh no, this is about the dog. He can say Henry or Hal for the dog. Foof. Okay, the cats are eating. I've heard the German has a ton of mistakes in the game. Yes. But I didn't notice them. Maybe it's perfect for people who only kind of know German. Yes. Absolutely. Um we do have his dad, obviously, in the cutscene at the beginning saying, "Listen to me, Hal, listen carefully." So we do get it there. I still put it into my fic, my Hansry fic, that Hans still calls him Hal sometimes. Um, quick Google search says since around the 9th century. All right, that sounds about right. To be honest, Hal is cute, but nothing beats hearing the person you love say your full name. True. Pa calls him Hal. He does. I wish I didn't know German. But yeah, it's really nice for the Yiddish. Yeah, no, for this game specifically, I'm like, I wish I didn't speak German because then I would not be aware of the mistakes that they make, which are painful. I can't believe that a Czech developer doesn't have access to German translate. I know, right? I'm like, listen, guys, hire me. I'll help. I will voice act for you, and I will help you. 2 in 1. You don't even have to pay me for the help. I will do it voluntarily. It's that painful sometimes. It's strange you made so many mistakes. Yeah, probably a money issue, but they have money now. They can go back in and fix that shit. I'm not German. Give me some examples. I will tell you when it comes up. I will absolutely point out. I'll be like, this German person made yet another mistake. And it'll be something small, but it'll be enough that upsets the Germans. They really say we don't respect the Germans. I know, and they were right. They were right to do it. Yes, which is fair. Exactly. We do deserve more disrespect in this world. It's like the British. Same thing. Anyway. I'd prefer the smithy. I thought Hans called Henry Yindrisku sometime in KCD2, or did I hallucinate reading that? I mean, like I said, I'm only looking at like space Hal period or space Hal comma. I would have to keep looking because Hal shows up in so many things like Seneschal or Franz Rosenthal. Maybe it's just a matter of finding someone who can translate Czech into English and also German. Yeah, because the dev notes are like they're generally in Czech. They're all in Czech. Anyway, obviously we're going to prefer the smithy, not only because we are a smith, but also because we're a good boy, and we know that millers are obviously evil. That is obviously not necessarily true, but millers were often wealthy and they often lived outside of town, which made them innately sus. 1129, yes, they're more affectionate and use nicknames with each other more so in Czech. Yes, in Czech, absolutely. They have all these different names for each other, which makes me wish I spoke Czech.
My own pa was a blacksmith, so I spent my whole childhood at the forge. I know how to handle a hammer and bellows.
Bugger me, that's a lot more than the last lot I had. Whenever you're passing by that way, drop into my forge in Takov and ask for Radovan. That's me.
Gendro Hansa Ptachku. Yeah, I wish I could pronounce these things. I'm like, I'm To anyone who speaks Czech, this must be painful, hearing me say those things. I love their nicknames for each other in Czech. I wonder how they got Hansa from Jan, though. Probably from the same way you get a Henry from it. I'm playing the game again, hardcore mode in Czech. My respects. And condolences. And Henry has a bunch of names for Hans. I've been told that Yendo, specifically, which only shows up once or twice, like during the ambush, is very casual and kind of special. I mean... Wait, did I realize that Radovan is Peshek? Maybe. Maybe. You might be onto something there.
I haven't been here before, and I'd like to learn something about this region.
What's there to say? It's not a bad place to live.
I hear it now, too. Funny that he's not the Miller in this game, but that's honestly probably why, because they wanted to make sure that you didn't think, oh wow, it's the other Miller.
It's usually peaceful, thank God. I don't like too much excitement.
Bullshit.
You've got good
liar.
reason to hide, I reckon.
That's enough of your mudslinging. It's actually good to live in an estate where the Lord's away most of the time.
That's true. Just a couple of villages, rocks, fields, not even a church worth the name, in fact. That's despite Otto van Burgo being one of the kingdom's most powerful nobles. The darkest place is under the candlestick, as they say.
When his lordship isn't in these parts, his chamberlain stands in for him. Ulrich von Schaumburg's his name.
I saw him on the gate tower, when he sent us packing like beggars.
Asshole.
Aye, he's a right haughty bastard. On the other hand, he can be negotiated with.
If you can get to him.
Yeah, if you can satisfy his scat kink. I'm expecting him to ask me to bet on the Rattay tourney. I ship these two. Same. They've got something going on. They've got something going on. It's a shame they were drinking in the prologue, but it's the only time we see them together. I know. Rivals to lovers, true. Ulrich, that emote is perfect. Chamberlain Ulrich is never safe when Chao's around. Honestly, yes. I will slander that man from here to hell. And you know what? Hans would be happy I'm doing it. He agrees with us. Because we're together in this chat. You're not safe from being pulled into this web with me. You also are slandering him just by being here.
I heard there's going to be a big wedding in these parts. What do you know about it?
Scadia, hello! You missed the load screen
That's
that
right.
had your art on it.
A big affair in Samin.
Everyone wants to go.
And anyone who's not invited is trying to worm their way in somehow. Not me, though. I couldn't give a toss.
Because you weren't invited, eh?
Of course I was invited. But what do I care about young Samin and the bailiff's lass? We're all just playthings in God's hands. One day, our earthly bonds will vanish in time, like smoke.
Trying to sound clever again, are you, Crazel?
All I'm saying is that these petty affairs of men leave me cold.
The old man Yowie mention of this, I only like saw that after the fact because of Hansry Kingdom, or the Kingdom community. But either way, I was losing my shit seeing that. Oh yeah, old man Yowie, we all know it. It's a bear. I love his perspective on the game. He actually talks about deeper themes, motivations, subtext. Kete, hello. Everyone wants to say hi to you. Hello. She's saying hello, guys. My love. Here she is. It's Kete. It's Kete. She loves you all. I'm so confused when he said that, and then the dude means Yowie guy. I had the same reaction. I caught the Logan Yowie mention, and it was live, and it was great. She's a sweetheart. She's so soft. She is... How old are you now? 15 years old? Almost 15. I think that's right. Is your ear itchy? Poor baby. Yeah, she's a grandma. She's a grandma. But still very spry. Babushka Kitty. I mean, she is a Russian blue, so Babushka is right.
So that, it's gonna be big. Even Lord von Burgo himself is gonna be at the wedding. And he hardly ever shows his face in public.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was gonna say. Like, they're both like, oh yeah, you know, it's great to party when the Lord's not in town. I heard that sound earlier too. Um, right. Echo of Pages. Thank you so much for the follow. There we go. Love both sides of it. The analytical perspective of the games on one side, and then punching Henry's mom and confusing what Yaoi is on the other side. Logan plays hardcore KCD1. Wow. He's actually good at the game. Couldn't be me. Does deep analysis. Tom is a total newbie, but he's very entertaining. Shares a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff and is just a force of chaotic good. I adore his streams. Luke is also not great at the game, and he's very chaotic and loud. Sometimes a bit too much for me. The thing about Luke that I've noticed, because I poked in on him playing Clair Obscure, is that he doesn't read instructions. So it'll be like, oh yeah, this is how you play the game, and he just ignores it and barrels right through it, and then is like confused about how to play the game, which is both bold to assume people read. It's the teacher in me, man. No, he does not. Yeah, he's just like then confused about how to play the game when he could have read the instructions, but he has streamer brain. He does. Can someone who's not invited get to the wedding? How can I get to the wedding?
So, how can I get to the wedding?
The best thing would be to find a job that'll be needed there.
Aye. There's always lots of hands needed at a wedding. As the hours pass and the guests raise their goblets, they'll lower their guard.
Bugger it. Cut the mysterious horse shit. You'll scare the lad. Look, if I'm satisfied with you in the smithy, I can guarantee you'll be at the wedding.
Or, if you came to help me at the mill, I'll get you there as well.
Keep your nose out, Crazel. The lad wants to work for me. It's his family trade, so don't try to mess with his head.
Well, maybe he'll change his mind.
Both Luke and Tom have ADHD brains, though. Same. Most of my job is being frustrated that people do not read what I write. Relatable. Gamers who don't read the tutorials are really confused about how to play are my favorite. I volunteer to fuck the bride. Don't we all? But you know what? It's not like Olda's gonna do it. So we may as well. Not that she's up like crying there. Upsetting. Luke spends more time on chat and a lot less playing the game. Tom is slightly more focused or tries to be. You know, you say that, but I poked in on the chat, like the first stream that Tom did, where Luke was also there, and people in the chat were literally asking, "So, Tom, are you going to pay more attention to chat than Luke does?" And I was like, "Oh, shots fired." Works for Tom until he comes to a point where chat is begging him to save and he's not looking. Yeah, kind of like how chat was screaming at him, like, "Take all your clothes off before you go fight Hans," in order to get the line about the "you think we're gonna fight with our cocks," and he got it anyway on accident. And then he didn't comment on it. Neither of them commented on it. I'm like, why? Why would you not say, "Excuse me, did we just hear a line about cocks?" Could not believe that. Sounds like Logan is more of my speed. Maybe Tom. He's getting better at it though. Oh, good for him. Anyway. Yeah. They're trying to be very polite. Must be talking about roosters. Couldn't be me. I'm over here talking about, you know, things like in the first stream about raw dogging Hans. Tom is funny as hell though. Oh good. I need to poke more into their chats, like their streams. I know words.
Could someone get to the wedding without an invitation?
Someone? You mean? Forget it, looking like that.
Well, I think it might be possible, using certain methods. Play of light and shadow.
He really is so creepy.
What are you going on about? More Miller's witchery?
All right. I won't say another word.
Semin's bound to keep a damn close eye on his big day, so you won't get in without an invitation.
What's taking I wish they could have been continuing to stream together. I like the dynamic. I did too. How else would you do him though there are no condoms yet? Raw dogging Hans. How else would Henry fuck him? Wrong! They did have condoms. You wish they fucking didn't have condoms. They absolutely did. But they were horrible. What did they look like? Animal intestines. Yep. Yep. Now, would they have thought to use those? Yeah, sheep guts. Yep. Would they have thought to use those? No, because it's not like he can get Hans pregnant, or so you'd think. I do keep thinking, like, that man needs to get pregnant, but you know, that's just by the by. Nasty. Yeah. Yep. Logan was talking about analytical psychology and metals.
Would it be possible to get to von Berghoff, even though he keeps his distance from people?
I don't know. He's either locked away in his castle or traveling somewhere. And he's powerful and important. So the only chance of meeting him is at the wedding. At least for us who are invited.
And everybody will want something from him. He'll be dancing for joy, I can tell you.
You never know if you don't keep trying. Exactly. They gotta keep trying. They can eventually get an heir. Some way or one way or another. An heir at all costs. I like how Trotsky Castle just looks over this tavern. I know, you'd feel like this would be like the prime spot to be. I think I'd rather die than be alive in 1403 at that point. I mean, honestly, I would just be like, I would like to go to the nearest nunnery, please. At that point, I knew we were really in for a treat with his screams. Or I would have been dead by like age 5. That, yeah. Modern medicine does so much. Yeah. Alright, I think that's that. Would Hans have actually fucked bathmaids and risked a bastard, or would he have avoided that kind of penetration? They had methods. They both had herbs. They had they obviously had things like sheep intestines as condoms to use, and they also had abortorifics. What are they called? Things that let you abort babies. Like, for example, if you have too much parsley? Was it parsley? I think it's parsley. Point is, they had methods, whether it was tea or literally shoving that shit up your vagina. They would just do that. So, mugwort probably also works. I mean, there are so many of those. Can't really go wrong with intercrural, I guess. No, it tickles. I will go to my deathbed saying that. Horrible. Pull-out game strong. That's good too. Yeah. Keeping a good track of your cycle. Those methods were in casual use by bathmaids then. Yeah, they had to, because they were going to be sleeping around a lot, and you cannot, constantly get pregnant, let alone by a person that you're not married to. Or falling down the stairs. Very effective solution.
I've got to be going.
Wait, there's something else I want to ask. What's your story? Are you students? Apprentices?
You ain't, are you? You look too scruffy.
Excuse you.
We're messengers who were supposed to deliver a letter to Sir Otto von Berghoff. We set up camp down by the pond, and in the evening we were attacked by bandits. They slaughtered our men. It was only through luck that we saved our skins. We lost everything, even the letter. So they wouldn't let us into the castle.
Can't say I'm surprised. I'd send you packing myself. But it's true, there's bandits marauding in these parts. They're getting bolder and bolder. Even attacked a patrol from the castle recently.
Aye, these are evil times. Nothing ever happened like that in King Charles's day.
Farewell then, Henry.
Farewell.
What did you say? Say it again.
It was their own fault.
What do you mean?
Boy.
They attacked themselves? What the fuck are you trying to say?
Everyone knows it's dangerous around Trotsky. Making camp in such an unprotected place is suicide.
Where else were they supposed to make camp, smart-ass?
Somewhere in the rocks, maybe. Not out in the open by the pond. Only a fool would do that.
Guys, what are we doing? We haven't carried a single sack. We haven't even heard the line about Hercules. Svatya is such a dick here. Yeah, not a single sack was carried. It's because we didn't go talk to them first. We first went to go talk to Pookie. Yeah. Spotty and Hans would have such good hate sex. Also, the bits about like, oh, the Middle Ages that got dark. Yeah, that is history. Um, Spotty is such a dick here, though. He is. He is. Anyway, yeah, no, we didn't carry a single sack. I didn't know the scene could start without carrying any sack. Same, same guys. I had no idea. I always choose to have Henry defend Hans and the Bratai men. Okay, um, we're voting on this. I forget all the options, and I can't go back in because it's already going on a timer. What are the other options? Learned something new today. Sorry, Betty. Yep. There is apparently a time limit. What were the other options? Shit, hang on. We'll find out together. Dev notes to the rescue. Betty held a grudge for so long. She was just standing there waiting for us to do it, and we just kept talking about, you know, bathmate pregnancy. Betty and Kurtenberg is a real one, though. I love that Betty. And he said, no sacks for me, sorry, these hands are for specific sacks only. This is a Hansry only stream, so that fits. Already carrying his Lord sacks. I'm upset we missed the Hercules line. We did, we did. Work those muscles, Hercules. Wait, what's the dev note to go with this? Encouragingly. I'll say. It sure is that. Can't miss it, gotta reload. See, you say that, but like, I guess we could skip through the conversation. Not true, Hans replay through anymore. We have to restart. Hans loves to give Henry encouragement. Okay, poll change. Should have saved every 5 minutes like I do when I play. You know, I'm good at that when I'm normally playing, but not when we're doing not when we're talking. Wait, there's a Hercules line? Yes. Where he says, and I quote, work those muscles, Hercules. Although, it looks like... Oh, hang on. No, it's one of the things that he says. It's the same as like, think of Mutt, Henry. The lines he gives if you talk to him again. Have you looked at the dev notes during the cutscene where it's revealed Hans is getting married? I have, and it's not pretty. It is from Hans, Sabrinana, yes. Hans be like, hate to see you go, but love to watch you leave. I think that all the time. Post them. I need to. Now we have to reload to show. Yeah, I mean, okay, all right. You know what? Hang on. Changing the poll. There you go. It's a matter of democracy. We're letting democracy. Oh, yeah, see? See, everyone needs it. We'll see where we last saved, and if we have to, we'll skip through dialogue. Which means we get to be really annoying with Pookie and see if it pops up then. That's fairly decided. All right. Okay. How soon? Carry the sacks to the pantry. All right, we're good. We're good, guys. That is not that long ago.
What can I get for you?
I'm going then. But you could give me a hand. It wouldn't do you any harm.
Ah, stop whining. You can manage. Give it your all, Henry.
It's not the Hercules line. But I think. Give it your all, Henry. Yup. We're gonna have to go again. We're gonna be annoying about this. Betty judging in the background. She should be.
I'm going then.
Ah, give it your all, Henry.
Say something different, Hans. We know you can. You did it earlier. Maybe you have to carry one sack and then he'll give you the line. Maybe.
I'm going.
Ah, you're a right lord of the sacks.
Guys! Lord of the Sacks! I mean, he kind of will be. Alright, gay boy. Hans, what the fuck? Oh my god! Can we get a different one out of him? Come on, Pookie. No ring, no sex.
I'm going then.
Ah, you'll be finished in a jiffy.
Give it to us, God. Come on, come on.
Taking the time,
We have to post it. We have to.
I'm going.
Ah, you're a right lord of the sacks.
Can't believe he says that.
I'm go.
Ah, work those muscles, Hercules.
See? There it is. We got it. We got it. We're good. Work those muscles, Hercules. There it is. Oh, so gay. So gay. Now, if you'll forgive me,
Likewise,
we're gonna skip through
I haven't
this.
seen you.
Well,
You can clip it later.
not from
Yes.
around here. I'm just an ordinary tradesman.
An ordinary?
I find that hard.
You look like beggar. You two are.
Do me a favor. What do they call you?
Henry of Skalitz.
Fancy yourself
Porque
a
no los
noble,
dos.
it
So true.
seems.
So, Henry,
Since you've joined us.
I don't know which one is gayer, Hercules or Lord of the Sacks. They're both up there. Henry is Hercules. Hans is Meg. Oh my god. Please say more. That is a. There's something in that, Bewilder Beastie. You got the right idea.
I'm looking for.
and what
I can do.
bugger me and my apprentices have just vanished. Let's shake on it.
Why work?
Oi,
Hans has been reading too much. Pebbles' Pega Pebbles. Tortured Divas. Fancies himself a poet, which he is not. That's true. Oh my god, you guys are gonna love the fic that I'm working on right now. Scotty is in on this. As is Cinnavar, who is not here right now, I don't think. But there is so much bad Hans poetry in it. And I say that because I tried so hard to make it bad to the point where my beta reader is still like, some of this is too good, Tam. It's too good for Hans. And she's insisted I leave it in, but like, it's so bad. It's so bad. Perfectly heterosexual interaction with your squire, my lord. What else is he to do while Henry does cool stuff? Sitting there and dreaming up titles for Henry and his various body parts. Bless his little woolen hose. God. Lord of the Sacks. I'm still not over that.
My own pa was a blacksmith, so I spent my whole childhood at the forge.
Some of the lines he wrote are legendary. Thank you, Scotia. I don't know if everyone else will agree. They might be like, this is so painful. They're so bad, though. I misread titles as titties. Don't we all?
I know how to
Bugger me. Whenever you're part.
I haven't been.
What's that? You've got.
That's enough. It's actually good.
That's true.
This time-
Just a couple of. That's just.
When it's Aye.
If you could.
We might even get to carry some sacks.
I heard there's going to be a.
That's right. A big.
Everyone wants.
And any.
Because of course. I'm trying to sound.
All I'm.
Sod that. Even Lord.
I had to reread that fic you wrote. I really love it. So thank you so much, Blues Old Worlds. That is so sweet of you. Thank you. The Hansry is forced, blah blah blah. Anyway, those people. Cringe Fail Hans poetry, my love. It's so good and so bad. It's so bad. It's good.
So, how can I get to the.
The best thing would be to.
Aye. As the.
Bugger it. Look.
Or.
Keep your.
Well.
No matter how bad his poetry, Henry will love it. Yes.
Could someone.
What are you? Semins. I don't. So the.
And every.
I've got to.
Wait. What's your story?
You ain't.
We set up. It was only. We lost.
Can't say. But it's. Farewell.
Farewell.
We made it. Okay, the poetry thing is giving me idea for my old guard KCD crossover. Ooh. He says with a forced smile. The poet. Yeah, okay, no, the old guard KCD crossover. Please say more. The sacks are outside. Yeah, the ADHD. We might yet get to plug a sack.
God, I'm bored shit. Oof.
Well, you could
That's
help
half heavy. Oh.
carry them.
I bought a lovely U-boat the other day.
An ale, as usual.
And considering Henry canonically learned how to read mere months ago, it sort of makes sense. True. He too would misread titles as titties, and good for him. What happens when these two useless queer lads meet two immortal gay men who travel the world unapologetically, and Joe is a good poet? That is incredible. How long must Hans think about, or how much must he be? Jesus Christ be praised. That fake sounds so cool. It really does. But like, imagine him just watching Henry lug those sacks. Like, literally just the focus on the muscles, the Hercules of it all. Lord of the Sacks.
Right. Listen to this. Ei incumbit probatio, qui dicit non qui negat.
Is that supposed to be Latin?
Clever you. Do you know what it means?
No. And I doubt
How's
you
life
do
treating
either.
you? The burden
Not
of
too
proof
bad.
is on the one who
I've got so
declares,
much to do.
not
I'd
on
have
the
to
one
split
who
myself in
denies.
two to get it all
So
done
you see?
on time.
Why don't you take on a young apprentice I've
to
just
help you out?
proven to you that
No, it's Swahili. I love the random conversations NPCs have and how they'll just say shit out of nowhere. Same. I heard someone talk about a U-boat. Really talking to the voices in their heads.
Sure, but where could I find a
You
decent
proved
apprentice?
fuck off.
please.
Remembering
People are
some
always
words you
asking
heard
me
in
if
church
you're looking
doesn't
for
make
help.
you a nobleman.
But they are never good enough
What's
for you.
your name again?
I don't want some
Hans
good for
Capon
nothing
of
in my
Perchta.
house. I need someone who's
You just
capable
made that
and
up.
has a good head on his
certainly
shoulders.
did not.
And most important,
Yes, you did. I never heard
Scott,
of
yeah,
it.
is such a little
Stein
prick.
in all my
But the
years.
answer's obvious. I'm not
Bring
surprised.
together.
You're just a village
That way
yokel.
you'll keep
That's what I'm
an
saying.
eye on
I
the
heard
land.
mention of a U-boat.
I'm the son of a bailiff.
Like, they just pay attention and make so many comments about each other's body parts, muscles, dicks, tongues, etc. Yup. U-bow. U-bow! That makes more sense. Thank you, Blues Old Worlds. I was ready to construct a whole different reality here.
What did you say?
Say it again. It was their own fault.
What do you mean? They attacked themselves? What the fuck are you trying to say?
Everyone knows it's dangerous around Trusky. Making camp in such an unprotected place is suicide.
No, I believe in the medieval submarines in landlocked Bohemia. I thought they were talking about boats first as well. Thank you. God.
Where else were they supposed to make camp, smart-ass?
Somewhere in the rocks, maybe. Not out in the open by the pond. Only a fool would do that.
Right. Stay silent, calm down, don't insult a dead companions. You're the fool. There we go. Here, what's the last one? Calm down. That's it. Here we go. That to be a reason. My ahoy became a sailor thing to say, even though Czechia is landlocked. Bohemian peasants were all ahead of the times. Is that thing on Svatya's hood like a crest patch or a little pocket? Good question. I think it's a pocket. We'll see again when we look more closely. Svatya's got a point there, but he could be less of an ass about it. That's true at all the times, that anytime Svatya opens his mouth. Has to be a crest. I don't think it would matter they had already camped by the pond or the rocks. Zhishka was already watching them and would have ambushed them either place. Yeah, the only thing they really could have done was gone off to the... what did you mean to vote for, Anbika? Three. All right. Okay, that's fairly unanimous. Yeah, no, the one thing they could have done is gone ahead to Zhelyov to go to the tavern there. And at this point in time, I think with their dicks anyway. True. Actually, that hasn't changed. That has never changed. If you have ever been on a dating app, you'll know that has never changed. They would have gone to like Zhelyov. Exactly. It would have been on the way. Eternal state of men. Yep.
Stop insulting our dead companions.
What dead companions? You think I'm gonna fall for that cock and bull story?
Pack it in, Henry. There's no point in arguing with this yokel. He fancies himself as a military strategist.
It doesn't look... It's not big enough to be a pocket, so it's got to be a little patch, but it doesn't look like a crest or anything. Not sure. It's a fashion statement. We'll go with that.
I don't believe a word you're saying. A weed like you surviving a fight against bandits even von Berghoff himself has trouble with?
Believe what you like, but I'm telling the truth. And in fact, I'm willing to overlook all your insults if you apologize right now. And invite me to that wedding.
This is the part where I think Hans misstepped slightly, because this looks sad. This is sad. He could have just said, just apologize. Don't be like, also, invite me to the wedding of your sister. That feels out of nowhere. Maybe patched up a hole. Maybe. Is it to symbolize a position under the bailiff? Maybe. Sad and cringe, to be honest. Thank you. The second-hand embarrassment is real. That's what I'm saying. The stutter is so good. Hans is a bit of an optimist. This is beyond optimism. This is idealism.
Did you hear what that lying nobody wants?
I am Sir Hans Capon, Lord of Perkstein, and I demand your immediate apology.
I am Sir Hans Capon, Lord of Perkstein. Sir Hans Capon, Lord of Perkstein. You're starting to bore me. You and your silly made-up name.
No apology, then. It looks like I'm going to have to teach you a lesson.
Comments. Hans is used to people doing what he asked them to do, so he never learned when it's socially acceptable to make demands. Yes. He's so pathetic sometimes, but I love him. Same. I am a surgeon. Insulting him and then asking him to the sister's wedding sure is a choice. That is a choice that Hans made. Hans, you are so out of pocket right now. More simplified version of the colors of the region? Maybe. We've all got wonderful theories now. I wish we knew for sure what it was.
Oh, I'm so scared.
Both of these men are very punchable here. Ah! We need a vote. Save me dev notes. Hans in general, out of his depth in social situations. Yep. But without people recognizing he's a noble, things are really not going well for him. Yeah. What happens if Henry just says fuck it and leaves? I mean, they're not going to, but we have the option. In one of these, if Henry remains silent, he calls him sweetheart. Dev notes to the rescue. Let me see this. Oh, Svatya does call. Hey, you get your sweetheart and fuck off out of this village, both of you. Calls a Henry Hans's sweetheart. I mean, now we have to do that, guys. No vote needed.
Hey, you! Get your sweetheart and fuck off out of our village. Both of you.
I give you a chance to apologize, and you keep insulting me.
Oh, reputation lost. We should have spoken up for Pokey. No. Svatya can see into the future. Yes, this is such a common trope of other people clocking the main ship before they get together. This happens so much during this game. Clock them good.
Get ready to pick up your broken teeth with broken fingers.
Oh, I'd like to see that. Come on, then.
You scum!
It does happen more than once.
Dead man.
No. I don't want to fight. I would prefer not to fight. I mean, I'll do it.
Nice strike. Now we'll have you scum.
But I would prefer to avoid it. Ah, Jesus Christ. We're gonna fucking die, guys.
You haven't a chance, bastard! You know what for us, fucker?
Hey, guys, get him!
Come on, then!
Get him! Hey, now you fucked up. Nice strike.
I did hear that there used to be a spot here. Where you could... Oh, wow, okay. He just went down in one hit. Is Hans unconscious yet? No. One punch, Henry.
Yeah, don't spare him.
You know my
Fuck.
fucker.
Shame on you.
You're doing so well. Thank you, I'm freaking out.
Fuck you.
Shit. I need my stamina back. Thank God.
What the hell is going on here? Grab them vagabonds!
Oh shit, it's the feds. See, he could have just surrendered here. This is what the problem was.
Bastards! This will cost you dearly.
Honestly unfair, only Hans and Henry get put in the stocks. Two things here. First, yes, technically I think this only happens because Hans literally fucking punched a guard. You can find the guy Hans punched. He's got a nasty black eye. I heard about this. Hans said ACAP, and good for him. But also, this is not stocks. The game even makes this mistake, and it annoys the piss out of me. These are not stocks. This is a pillory. Stocks were a thing that they had. They put your feet into. So literally, like, you would be sitting there, and your feet would be locked in place, and that's it. No, don't apologize. I'm just here to come in with history. Even like I said, even the game makes this mistake. I don't understand. The point is that yes, this is a pillory. Stocks are, quite frankly, look them up. How they got something historically wrong. I know. I'm very incensed about it. If you look it up, honestly, they look relatively comfortable because you're literally just your feet are just in place. Could it be a translation issue? Maybe. I don't know. There's a big difference between a pillory and the stocks. But this is a pillory.
Keep your mouth shut and don't make it worse.
What if people start tickling your feet? Oh my god. That would be a problem. I mean, you could reach forward and swat them away, but diabolical. Yeah, that would be the worst thing for me. I think they do use the word pillory also. They also use it, yes. But they also use the word stocks. The stocks look like they're going to give you a foot massage. That's what I'm saying. It looks, relatively speaking, actually quite comfortable. I would spill all the state secrets right then and there. Yep.
You behave like a spoilt brat. How dare you speak?
F in the chat.
You know, if you just shut up and done some work, we'd have coin by now and be on our way to the castle. But no, not his lordship.
Wait, I missed it, but did Hans just get his butt slapped? Yes, because that would mean both Henry and Hans get non-con butt slapped across both games. Yes, he does. It absolutely happens. The guy locks him in and smacks him on the ass.
Got a nerve. If you hadn't have played the hero, we'd have been there long since, and I wouldn't have had to get you out of that mess. Oh yeah, because this isn't a mess, is it? Fuck off.
Shut up, or you'll get a whipping too.
Yeah, the turnips have got to hurt.
Just who the hell do you think you are? Well, nothing to say for yourself?
We're being nice,
just
guys.
As well. It's your fault we're in this fucking pillory.
See, he gets it right.
This is a bad dream. You really are a simpleton. I don't understand how I could have failed to see it for so long. A stupid yokel who doesn't know the way of the world.
Hey, let's just stop all this arguing. It'll just make things worse.
Fuck you! I've had it up to here with you. With you and your pontificating. You were supposed to make sure nothing went wrong. And how did that turn out? It was me who had to save your life. You're fucking useless. You couldn't even keep an eye on your own mutt.
Be nice, Hans. People have said things. Why didn't Wars give me the choice to cry here? Because I absolutely would. Yeah. That would have been fantastic. Some of these people can't aim. Also true. Henry, you have to gently introduce Hans to the concept of work. It's not like he can accept it just like that. That's also true. Maybe we should bring this back for people with like really loud car engines or people who don't pick up after their dogs. That is a fantastic idea. You heard it here first, folks. I'm pro pillory for people like that. The music in the scene, fantastic. Not the expensive words. He's so mean. Come on, couple, relax. Keep Mutt out of this. They brought their child, like, Hans brought their child into this. Hans is so fucking mean here, though. He is. Yeah, Hans really is a total shithead here. Yeah, but now we're about to get the best line that Henry can say here, which is so guilt-trippy. It's fantastic, at least to me. It's fantastic.
Oh, that's enough. This isn't getting us anywhere. I understand you're downcast after all that happened to us.
Yep.
And I understand you need to take it out on someone. I can take it. But we shouldn't forget we have a job to do. And do it we must. Together.
That's exactly what I'm doubting.
You martyr. Yes, exactly. The whole, oh, you have to take this out on someone. But it's fine. I can take it. Oh my god. Hans is within his right to be angry here, given their stations. Andrika, I love how you're like the prime Hans defender. I respect it so much. That's our Pookie. But as a friend, totally out of line. Yes. I can take it. I know, right? He just pulls that out. Can you even imagine being Hans and hearing that line and being like, oh my god, I am the worst person. Let me dig myself a little bit deeper because he deserves better. Hal, you sweet man, he is.
Everything goes to shit when you're by my side.
You don't really mean that. Calm down.
I'm perfectly calm. That's it. My life went to shit from the first moment I met you. And I've only just realised it. You're like a ball and chain. And I'd have bagged that one.
Ball and chain, you say? You mean like a spouse? I'm sorry, I'm the founder of the Hans K1 fan club. I will join you. I will join that fan club. Whispers, Service Top. I know, right? He so is. We got Bratty Bottom over here, and then Service Top. It's so good. Loved him even before Henry did. Same. The shot of their butts, though, it's incredible. It's like how when we can sneak up on Hans's ass while we're in the reeds. Same beautiful shot. Love him and hate him at the same time. Henry feels the same. The old ball and chain wife. Commonly used to refer to a friend or bodyguard. Bro, not the wild boar. Let it go. Hans, loving me is rotten work. Henry, not to me, not if it's you. I've come up with a variation on that in a meme where instead Henry goes, Christ alive, I'll do it. It's rotten work. I'll do it, but good God, man. Why is this 100% of couples argument? This is a divorce. He's like, all these feelings I've had since I met you, it must be his fault. Yes. I'll do it, but Christ alive. That's the one. Good meme. Good meme. Not me recommending my own memes, but you know. Hans, would you still love me if I was a worm? He would. Henry would love him if he was a worm. He would take such good care of him. He would get him a little hamster wheel to be safe in. Not a wheel, like one of those balls. You know, a hamster ball. Hamster ball. What did you do this time?
Bore too if it weren't for you.
Well.
And none of the rest would have happened. I wouldn't have been showered in shit.
Oh, come on, Capon.
Don't you cape on me. Not another word. I have to consider what to do next.
Give him a nice cozy compost garden. Exactly. Oh, he last named him. I know, right? Can you even imagine? This was literally like that afternoon. Having to wait in there for that long. I'm too old for that. My back would die.
Right, ladies. Time to go home. But I swear to Christ, if I catch you again, I'm gonna skin you both alive.
Imagine being forced to be with each other for so many hours after that argument. Such a couple fight. Yeah.
Isn't that?
Otto.
Hey! What's my logo?
Yeah, now is not the time to do that, Hans. The executioner also had a little crest on his hood. Okay!
Why? Wait, wait, wait.
Feish Fen, you pay us such good attention. Thank you. He's got the same patch spot. Yeah. Oh, Billy on here as well. Okay, all right. Music cut out. Yep. Executioner is so funny. Would Henry take Hans's last name, or would Hans take Henry's, or would they keep their names? Oh, good question. What about hyphenating? I assume that Henry would take Hans's, um, especially since he technically doesn't have one. Like, of Scarlet isn't a name, so it would make the most sense, for him to take Hans's last name. Title, I guess, except in this case it's more complicated than that. Would Monday Henry would be this the Czech version of Smith? Yes. I've had that thought and I was like, I actually kind of hate that. He would be Henry Smith. Teresa Miller. I've assumed him being legitimized in Kabbalah. That's true. He could, yeah. So, because the problem is, if we're going with the time, he doesn't have one, right? Yes. You seem about the faithful execution, so I feel for this guy. Ooh. Tell me more. He's not officially acknowledged, so he's not Henry Kabbalah. Henry Capon, no further questions. Yes, absolutely. Yes. He's not Henry Kabbalah yet. He could still be legitimized. There's so many questions surrounding that. But in a modern day setting, that'd be different. The problem with saying, okay, they're going to get married and take each other's names in a medieval setting is that, much less paperwork, is that they, didn't have gay marriage. So they didn't even need to figure that out in the first place. It was just, well, either you're going to keep your title and all, or you don't have a last name to begin with. Would Henry even want to be legitimized? That is the question. I have mentioned multiple times that, like, where people ask, like, oh, well, what about Henry being legitimized? I'm like, I don't know that he would want that. He wouldn't. But here's the thing: if either Hans asked him to, or if Radzik asked him to, I think he would do it. The Faithful Executioner is a microhistory about an executioner in 16th century Nuremberg. It's really interesting. Ooh, that sounds fascinating. Hans would so ride Henry Capon. I agree. I have thought about this before, Kanji Club. And draw tiny hearts around it in his poetry book. Yes. He can't navigate between the three states of man if he's legitimized. Exactly. That is the problem with it. This was meant as a funny thought experiment, but I love the serious answers. No. We don't. We are here to derail any and all conversations. I wouldn't think so. I think he expressed that in KCD1. Yeah. Say they did run away and live as peasants far away. Hans would have to drop the capon, right? Yine? Because it's not like anyone's gonna ask his last name. He could mention it and people would be like, huh, okay. But it's not like it would mean anything to anyone if they lived far away, I just realized that most of you are not gonna know what Yine is. It's the German version of saying yes and no, and it's much faster. I also would like Henry getting acknowledged. Yeah, Yine. Beloved word. Would not like Henry getting acknowledged. That's the thing. People are torn on that. And I do think that it would bring a good amount of, not necessarily conflict, but almost like a dilemma for Henry of do I want this? I think Henry choosing to be acknowledged will be a KCD3 endgame decision. Yes. Yesn't. Yeah. I'm reminded of when students of mine had to come up with their own countries, and they decided to make Chinant, the absence of China. Remind me of Arthur and Merlin, where Arthur said how he would love to run away and run a farm, and then the other person says, really, would you really do the guard work? He's like, no, that's why I'm taking Merlin, Henry, with me. I think he'd like being free in a sense. I do not want Henry anywhere near legitimized nobility during the Hussite Wars. That's true. Yeah, that is very true. He would prefer being free. The question is, would other people want him to be legitimized because that is the real issue, right? But he also would have responsibilities then, no. Well, yeah. And seeing how Hans struggles with this, I think would put him off. Oh, it would. Like I said, I think only if people explicitly asked him to, because Henry is a pleaser. Henry loves making the people in this world happy. Eternal people pleaser Henry. Yes, exactly. So if Radzig was helped by him being legitimized because he doesn't have any other children canonically in this game, not canonically in history, then I think Henry would say yes to that, even if he wouldn't want to, you know? He's already the bailiff of Pribyslavitz and gamekeeper of Talmberg. He doesn't need more responsibility. Listen, it's Henry. He will take on an infinite amount of responsibility. It's Henry. Would Henry have a choice except running away if Radzig wants to legitimate him? Good question. I mean, he could say no. It's really a question of if Radzig would be a dick about it, but I don't think he would. He would be probably really nice, but he's a decent dad. In this house, we love Dadzig. We're gonna find a secret other bastard for Radzig. Unlike what beloved actor of Istvan Toth had to say on Twitter oh, well, so does half of Ratai have his father's eyes. I don't actually think that's the case, and I think that Radzig was pretty faithful to not named mom. Plus, it makes him officially a noble, right? And I like the storyline of Henry being a village boy struggling to survive despite everything. Being a noble, even a noble bastard, would lift his status up more than being a hero. Yes. Where does he get all the boys for the mines? Henry yearns for the mines. I would be stuck trying to make the decision. I agree. And I think Henry would too. And I kind of feel like that would be a good thing for the game to put in, just because so many of us would be like, what the fuck do we do? What the fuck do we do? And so even though it would lift him sort of out of that position of hero, it would also inconvenience him in a lot of ways. Lots of milkshake. So true. Gotta get, yeah. The mines bring all the boys to the milkshakes bring all the boys to the mines? Or the mines bring all the boys to, someone's milkshake, namely Dadzig's. Anyway, we've gotten derailed again. I have no regrets.
Go on, get out of my sight.
What are we gonna do?
You'd be so sore.
You can do as you like. You can go and carry sacks or dig latrines. I'll look after myself. I'll go and see Lord von Berghoff at the wedding. I bid you farewell.
If I were in your shoes, I'd be glad to be rid of the good for nothing, eh? Yeah.
Divorced.
Right, off you go.
The strut. Imagining the back crack of the century after getting out of there. So true. Hans looks so jacked here. He does. We are going to have a crystal clear reputation. It's going to be perfect. No crime. Perfect reputation. Someone said something I wanted to respond to. If there is a KCD3A, of course there will be. Are you kidding? They made so much money with KCD2. I don't think the player would get the choice. They would require way too much branching storyline to keep track of. I agree. It would either be at the very end of the game, in which case then you can choose, kind of like choosing, oh, this is the person I want to spend the rest of my life with. And incidentally, I can't spend my life with any of them, technically. Or it's at the very beginning, or in the middle, I guess, and then Henry just makes a decision himself. I also don't think Hans would ask him not to be acknowledged. Seems kind of like a step back in the dynamic. I agree with that too. Hans' sarcastic bow. The shot with Hans right in the middle with the spotlight with him on the stage. So good. It is so good. This whole scene is great. I love your meme here was you let a blonde man talk to you like that. I've made two of this scene. The other one was, wait, that's your liege lord? LOL. LMAO even. Hans on his way to leave taverns without paying his bills and becoming a poacher. And he's so good at it. Um, it's not like they haven't made the choices in KCD1 canon, KCD2. That's also true. That is true. Warhorse, if you're listening, this is your chance to make Hansry canon for KCD3. Yes, but consider the impact on the story, though. This would have much more impact than who you romance. I mean, listen, this game is the Hansry romance. There's nothing else here. It's the Hansry romance from beginning to end. Whether or not you romance him, Hans is still technically trying to romance you. They could have put it in at the end, yes. I hate that so much. Yeah, I know. I know a couple people feel that way. Absolutely. Yeah. All right. We are officially divorced, guys. We've done it.
I suppose I really do need to find some job. I'll find muck without you, you stuck-up Lord of Perkstein.
Henry?
Henry.
It's about time.
It took 2 seconds to get over to you, Mara. And he did retcon Marquard's death big time. Yeah. So I'm holding out some hope. Mutt is his first priority. Yes. And makes sense.
What do you want from me?
I don't want anything from you. I should actually be thanking you.
Uh-huh. For what?
I've been begging for alms here for days, but I didn't make any real coin till today. And that's thanks to you. The scene you made brought out nearly all of Troskowitz.
So he has a favorite child. Are you saying the other child is Hans?
You're welcome. At least it was good for something.
Oh well.
Pebbles.
Not many people can make such a strong first impression. But look on the bright side. Now things can only get better.
This is the moment where I was like, oh, this was a genius move on their part. Of like, yeah, no, they literally, this is rock bottom. Of course they were gonna crash out. Pebbles, here's the thing about Pebbles. I hear you, but I bet you anything he thought that Pebbles was dead like the other horses. I hate to bring that sort of negativity into this chat, but like, ooh, long message, hang on. I don't disagree, but the main storyline doesn't change. True. Seems to me Henry getting legitimized would have a larger impact on the actual main storyline. I also wish the romance was more impactful to the story, but hey, that's why Hansry is so great, because it does feel weaved into the arcs of both of those characters. Yes. Highly distracted by Henry's nip not right now. His reaction when he finds her again shows that, yeah, he really expected her to be dead. So of course he has a favorite child, the one who he assumes is still alive.
Yes, you're probably right. It doesn't get much worse than that. Unless somebody tries to kill me. Again.
You're still alive in one piece. It's a new day and the sun is shining.
Can we talk about the fact that he thinks it literally can't get worse than Hans leaving him? God bless Henry's chest. We are all blessed by Henry's chest. That is highly likely. Hell, that Sim will try to kill him again. That's true.
Like Tomcat always says, bruises build character.
Hey, you. What's your name, anyway?
Is it a day starting in
What
Y?
do you do?
I'm Bara. Just Bara.
Looks like you know your way around here pretty good. You're from here, right?
I ain't. I'm just passing through.
Henry's chest be praised. So true. I would jump him if he were real. With consent, of course. We value consent here, as do Hansry. The Henry titties. Hans's future pillow. You're so right. You're so right.
Why exactly are you helping me?
Why? Why? Because you look like you need it.
That's true.
I've been in the ship plenty of times, and I know how appreciated a helping hand is in times like that.
You're something like a wanderer?
Nah, I usually find work with someone, stay for a while, and once I save a bit, I move on.
Then why are you begging here?
Sometimes I collect herbs for the apothecary, or help in the tavern, but I'd like to go somewhere else, so I'm scraping up whatever I can. But on the whole, you could say I'm a traveller, or a nomad,
But don't say it too loud. The locals don't take kindly to them.
Why?
Because they're different, and it scares people. They travel from place to place and take their home with them.
I'd like to see what their homes look like.
You can go and see them, just don't stare too long.
That's not how you say apothecary. I've never heard apothecaries pronounced like that. Let's find out if it's an accent thing. Because it might be.
Apothecary.
Apothecary.
Nope, it's not an accent thing. Nope.
Where are you headed? If you're only passing through here.
For work, to the city. I'm tired of serving landholders. They all promise the moon, but then you're eating stale bread, cold porridge, and a nary a groschen in sight. With the city folk, it's bound to be better.
English is a fake language anyway. True. English deserves to be dragged through the mud.
What do you want to do in the city?
I'll find something. I'm not afraid of work. I'm not half-witted. Maybe someone could use a cook or a servant.
Don't get your hopes up. The city can be a pretty dangerous place for a girl on her own.
You mean they don't hand out groschen by the bucketful? And the streets aren't full of roasted stuffed geese? I appreciate your concern, but I have to get to the city first. That's going to take me a long while yet.
She looks so much like Krista Rodriguez, if anyone knows her. Well, I'm gonna look her up now. I see that. I honestly think Mara is super pretty.
You said you were going to a city. You
Broadway
mean like
actress.
to Prague?
Nice.
Or somewhere further?
I'd like to go to Prague, but I don't know anybody there.
New
In
York.
Gothenburg, at least I have a cousin.
Aha. So you're going to visit her?
Well, she doesn't know it yet. But I won't be troubling her long. Just until I find a way to make a living.
Do you know anything more about Tomcat?
They say he's a master swordsman, but a real joker too. He loves showing off to girls.
How does he show off for the girls?
With his muscles. He breaks logs with his hands. He even let himself be run over by a loaded hay wagon. Crazy. But to be fair to him, he sometimes helps people. Stanislav's sheep fell into a pit one time.
And Tomcat pulled it out?
And, not just that, he crawled down to get it. And when he found the poor thing had a broken leg, he carried it on his back all the way home.
In my opinion, Bara would have made a better romance option than Catherine and Rosa. I agree with that. She would have been a fun one. Any girl could be better than them, to be honest. She even says it wouldn't be a bad sight if Henry were to walk around naked or something. No offense, I love them both. Yeah. My main issue with Catherine as a romance option is that it's in certain ways almost unavoidable, where there are moments when Henry will say things and I will find myself cringing into next week and I'm like, I did not choose to say that. Henry, why would you speak to her that way? Unnecessary. I volunteer to romance Catherine and Rosa by myself. You know what? Yeah, Rosa has enough zest in her, in terms of like hooking up with people, that I think she'd go for it. I don't feel Catherine is a romance at all. Same. And Rosa just gives off strong BFF vibes. Yeah, I think for Henry especially. I've seen enough Zhish Cat around to be down with that. I love Zhish Cat. Love Zhish Cat so much. I just don't read the Rosa interactions with Henry as romantic at all. And I know there was a post about that one scene where you can help her with the book, where he's on the floor with the legs going, and it's like, this is the most sibling-like interaction. And it really is. Catherine and Musa, though. Yes. There's also obviously the option of Zhish Cat and Musa. Um, no, me and Musa, thanks. Honestly, valid. Musa is the hottest motherfucker in this game. He's so hot. Would feel bad to take her away from it. Yeah. Um, Henry and Rosa's scenes are so fun and charming to me. It's really BFF sibling vibes to me too. The problem is if you criticize the Catherine romance, people just call you a misogynist, and I'm like, no, it's just not well written. Catherine deserves better. She does deserve better. Um, sorry, I was not aware he's taken. My bad. We can share Musa. That's who we're still talking about. Rosa gives off strong Gen Z vibes. That's true. That girl has a TikTok for sure. Yes. I still haven't actually met her in game though, so we could be very wrong. No, I feel that. Um, I there's a lot I have to say about Rosa. We'll get into that when we meet her here in game. It should take a while, but Rosa needs a Scouts girl. Rosa needs a girl. Period. Rosa is lesbian coded to me. Rosa's hair is so short. Is it? Just Aradia, thank you so much for the follow. Or is it Aradia? Musa has hands down the best fit of the whole game. True. Henry and Musa have great chemistry. Yes, they do. The scene where Musa asks Henry, "Who really are you?" got me going. Yeah, they've got something going on. Rosa's too intelligent for Henry. Yes. That reminded me of what I was going to say about Catherine. She get bored with him. Yeah. No, Catherine, the thing about it is that, and I think the reason why their romance scene is so R-rated is because it really is a purely sexual relationship. Like, she just essentially is there to get her rocks off and be gone, unaware of the fact that she's married to Zizka. And Rose is doing the same thing. So really, everyone just wants Henry for his bod. Is the game slightly stretched? No, it's fine. Rosa and Henry is 100% sexual. Yeah. I love Catherine so much as her character, but her romance is doing her dirty. I agree with that. I like the characters, but I don't think the romances were well executed or that the relationship with Henry would get. I agree with that too. Holy moly. She's way out of Henry's league. True. Both of them are. And Henry is like, marriage now? That's Henry. I'm telling you, he's a demisexual boy all over. It doesn't make sense for him to go on like maybe he's like with the bath wenches because he's like, well, I'm supposed to be doing that. But like to me, Henry is not about that. Or like he tries it and he's like, well, this feels very hollow and empty. This isn't at all like what I want. I expect medieval ladies to have longer hair. Yeah, that's the fun thing. They didn't. They got extensions or wore wigs. The other thing too about medieval ladies that is really fun, especially for like them getting married, is the style in medieval Europe at the time was a really high forehead, so they would pluck their hairs up here. She would never see today, and you don't see it in medieval like movies either because no one wants to do that. But that is what they did. That was the style. It was in vogue to have a very, very tall forehead to the point where they would literally pluck their hair to make it taller. Um, Catherine and Musa have more chemistry than Catherine and Henry to me. Same. So much same. And Rosa basically calls him a dumbass for no, and fair honestly for her to call him a dumbass for that. Rosa this, Catherine that. Let me kiss Janos. You might have to go through Adder first. That might not be a problem later in game, but you know. That's a man who will cook for you. You know, you want that. Catherine, the purely sexual het pairings versus a purely homosexual pairing, which is not like purely sexual at all. It's all romance. Catherine and Henry give me heavy mommy issues vibes, and that's not my Henry. I agree with that. And you know what? The comment that Radzik makes also suggests that. Hard agree. Kate vowed to be milking him at one point if you romance her. Oh no! Oh, if you see an anon on KCD Confessions by Janusz, it's probably me. I respect that, Soft Calico. I respect that so much. Henry and Hans's haircuts aren't very historically accurate either because of the fade, right? That's correct. Yes, not at all accurate, but you know what? That's fine. Had a discussion on Blue Sky about Kat and Henry, and I just feel like Catherine doesn't need an emotionally immature, impulsive, super passionate young guy. True. She needs someone mature. Henry's not done growing up yet. Yeah. I mean, the amount of comments that are made, like, "Oh, she's old enough to be your mother." I'm like, yeah, Even Catherine says that. I'm like, yeah, that's not necessarily what you want in a partner. As Professor Tan said at the beginning of the stream, it was a thing that the time to get married when a woman was pregnant, that the game suggests Henry pull-out game is weak. He just assumes he got a pregnancy to get married. Well, you're probably pregnant now, so we have to get married. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. Oh my god. Bowl cut Henry mod. That is fucking funny. Adder would be down for a threesome. Country club? Adder would probably propose the threesome, in all honesty. Henry had a very good relation with his mom. He does not need mothering-in-law. He doesn't! Someone tell Radzik. Just because you want Henry's mom back doesn't mean Henry needs a mom. Someone get on it. I would hate it though. I would too.
Do you think Tomcat might teach me a few of his tricks?
No offence, but compared to him, you're a bit of a lightweight.
I don't want to pull wagons, but if he can handle a weapon, I'd be happy to train a little with him.
Well, one of the guards tried to take him on and came back whipped like a dog, moaning like he'd been broken in two.
Well, sure. If he's that strong, I'm not surprised.
More like some trick he's got that our watch doesn't know. Or at least that's what the poor man said.
If there's someone with mommy issues, it would be Hans. Yeah. But Hans has daddy issues, mommy issues, and uncle issues. And only child issues. Isn't bowl cut hair just dry devil style? Yes. Kinky? Also the case, yes. I think age gaps between adults can work if that's like what both people need. Like Outlander, though the age difference is less there, but Kat and Henry just aren't what the other need, in my opinion. I agree with that. Hans has all the issues. Exactly! Hans holding all the issues. Yes! He's got authority figure issues, and he's got every issue in the book. That's why I love him so much. He's so broken.
Where might I run into Tomcat?
In the camp by the tower. That is, by Rock Tower Pond. He watches the camp for the nomads.
Should I watch out for them?
No, I don't think so. They mind their own business, but strangers usually mean trouble for them, so they're careful. Try not to stare too hard and hold your tongue, otherwise Tomcat will show you some of his other skills.
Hans has so many issues, he has a magazine subscription. That's fucking hysterical. You're so right, though. A psychologist's wet dream. Yeah. Hans collecting issues like Pokemon. Henry has authority figure issues too, though. Literally ignores Radzik and Hans's orders when it's system. That's true. But I think that's less issues. I think that's more has no idea how to act around nobles because he hasn't been around nobles. And the few nobles he's been around, like when Radzik would come around, the smithy, I imagine he was not very, here, I'm laying down the law on you, boy, right? Because that's his kid. I imagine that got, to a certain extent in Henry's head, that he can, even a nobleman, is just going to be really pleasant to him. Hans has all the issues, and solving issues is Henry's favorite hobby. I know, right? Henry has autistic disrespect of authority if he thinks it's stupid. Yes, but so does Hans. I just love this dialogue option that just starts with "help me." We would like to be helped. Yeah, I think it was his sheltered life that influenced his mindset. Yeah, that's my view of it. Fair, but he did ignore Rad's very first order to him to stay behind Talmberg. Yeah, I think that's in part because he felt it was more important to bury his parents. Like, I'm again reminded of that guy who was like, I want to play Henry as a good Christian boy, and I don't want to break the rules that have been set for me. And people were like, well, I guess you're playing the Talmberg life simulator now because I guess you're never leaving. You can't do it without breaking the rules. If anyone here watches Brooklyn Nine-Nine, that scene where Gina proudly holds court with the psychologist crowd. Yes, that was exactly my thought too when that was brought up as psychologists. Fascinated by her messed up personality. That's Hans. Yes. So Logan's comment was interesting during the stream, saying that Henry probably got away with so much during his childhood/teenage years because of Radzig's protection. Yes. So he's used to getting away with being bold. I agree. I agree. Wow, we really do need a lot of help, Bara. Give us shit.
I'm practically naked. Nobody's going to want to even talk to me like this.
At least you're not walking around bare-assed. Although that might not be a sorry sight.
Ah, very funny. I'd rather you tell me where I might get some clothes.
And what do you have in mind? Brocade and satin? A monk's robe?
Yes.
Or perhaps a Brunswick's armor?
Henry's been silently staring at Bara for like 5 minutes now. It's fine. We're chatting. It's okay. Bara has eye candy to distract her. Being headstrong about what he cares about is core to Henry's personality. True. And that is where his disobedience comes from most of the time. Yeah. And I think he got that in part from, you know, being Radzig's bastard. Obviously, we have to ask about Sir Brunswick's armor. Henry already went Audentis Fortuna Juvat before it was cool. Yeah, he did.
What armor are you talking about? Sir Brunswick?
Oh, nothing. It's just a local legend. They say a famous knight lived here who killed a ferocious lion and saved a many-headed dragon. Or the other way round. It doesn't matter. I don't even know.
And is the armor real?
Maybe. Maybe not. Geibel, the scribe, might know something about it. He has a lot of learned books. I don't know my letters.
So Radzik can't even complain when Henry disobeys his orders. He was the one to influence him to believe that's okay. Exactly. Just to be clear, I like Henry's disobedience. Same. I wasn't criticizing that part of his personality. Yeah, I don't think anyone's criticizing here. Listen, we're all here to both, in equal parts, love and hate on Pookie. And also, Henry has never done anything wrong in his life, ever. And we know that. And even if he disobeys, that's still him being his wonderful, amazing self. He can do no wrong. We're discussing. Exactly. This is just proper academia.
What armor are you talking
about? Nothing.
There, I asked
they
that.
say if all the other...
And is the
let's see. Yeah, I'd like to look noble. I'm sure you would, Henry, but your nobility currently is not up there. We support Henry's rights and wrongs. Yeah, we do. I'm gonna let you guys vote on this. True love. Yes. By the way, how do you get Sir Brunswick's armor? Is it paid add-on? No. No, you just need to talk to someone about it and then go find it yourself. And I did last time I played, and it is so incredibly wonderful and gaudy in all the right ways. And I feel like here, especially because we're not going to be stealing anything, we may as well go find it. I obviously love when he goes, it is what is, whenever he's going to do something he's not supposed to. I never got that dialogue option. Did you really? I looked for it. It's a quest with that riddle man. Apart from the Lion's Crest DLC. Lion's Quest DLC. Crest. Is it DLC? So it's a paid add-on. Oh, no, we got it because... Okay, I got it because it was pre-ordered. Okay, you have to pay $5 extra for those who missed out on the pre-order, but it's totally optional, and there's much stronger gear. It's great. In my opinion, it's not that special of a DLC. Yeah, you end up just, God damn it, Warhorse, take my money. I mean, you can pay the $5 for it, apparently, Hyaku. I think it's cool armor, personally. It's so rare to get, like, a fully fledged actual character in an RPG. Usually it's bare bones character creator stuff. Henry is a character. Yes, he is. It's just armor that you go looking for. Yeah, it's like a fetch quest. Huck Finn, thank you so much for the follow. Henry's practically a gif of Danny in Hot Fuzz loading his shotgun while saying, shame. That's me so often. Thanks for the info. Absolutely. That's what this stream is for. It's for us, you know, having spirit discussion about history and tangents and also romancing Hans. And we are going to bareback and there will be no sheep guts involved. Henry is not a blank slate character at all. Yeah, at all. Okay. What were we going to say? Right. Sneak, noble, or what was the last one? Armor. Yes, I love it as well. That also means I sometimes think of options seem out of character. That's a hard balance with giving a predefined character options. That's true. Character creators are cool, but I always prefer fleshed out characters like Henry. Same. I like molding and shaping my own characters though. Example, Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas is a very colorful game. I feel like you can do a lot of molding there. Molding and shaping. Ooh, we need more votes. Armor's winning by 1. Not anymore. Need one more tiebreak. This is why I think Dragon Age 2 is the best one. Dragon Age 2 is the best one! Hawkeye is more interesting. Some games do it better than others. I like acting like Buddhist in that game. No, Dragon Age 2 is fantastic. I need one more vote, guys. Help me. Don't leave me hanging like Luke. With his should you marry Yitka. Love DA2. Yeah, DA2 is amazing. Thank you, DD115. Ooh, controversial opinion. Is it? Is it? Dragon Age 2 did well. Henry has a certain personality to him, but the players can also shape him as well. Yes. So personally, I don't think he's set in stone. He's definitely not. Who did you romance him? Fenris, of course. Of course. Ooh, thank you. One more vote. Thank you, Giseradia. Fenris, yeah, love Fenris. I love Fenris so much. And in hindsight, I was so happy. Team Anders here. I respect you, and I feel sorry for you. That's such a mean thing for me to say, but it's true. I feel so bad because it's like if I had romanced him, I would have been so mad. Zeus, sorry about that. Meryl, love Meryl. I just dislike the gameplay of DA2, unfortunately. Fair. I also really liked how it was done in the Mass Effect trilogy. Love Mass Effect. Yeah, that was a crash. I agree the gameplay is not great. I just love the story and characters. Yeah, DA2 is fantastic for that. Can't play DA because of turn-based combat. What do you mean, Blues Old Worlds? ME3 is the best, in my opinion. See, the problem with Mass Effect 3 is the ending. It's the ending, guys.
I could use some armor. Proper, like, for a night. And no rusty junk.
And you are like a knight?
Well, yeah. I don't look so good. But I swear I came here in armor, sword at my side, and on a horse.
Wow. And where is your armor, sword, and horse now?
That's a long story. And it's not a happy tale.
Well, you can hardly buy new armor now, but you might find something in the town hall armory, although you'll need quick hands.
Yes, it's surprisingly easy. You can definitely pause during combat. It does have turn-based combat, but like, well, to a certain extent. Kind of, sort of. Not completely. She does give you a lockpick. We won't be using it though. Well, maybe at some point. Who knows? Bara, is that armor in the room with us now? Same with the horse. The color-coded endings. Mass Effect 2 is my favorite, yes. I didn't care for the endings, to be honest. I hate, hate, hate the Mass Effect endings of Mass Effect 3 so much. So much. Anyway, we're not stealing. We're good boy Henry at this playthrough.
Thanks, but I'd rather get my clothes honestly. I just got out of the pillory. I don't want to end up there again.
Well, I'm not pushing you, just giving you a few useful tips. What you do with them is up to you.
They're such a letdown. They are such a letdown.
I really need something to wear.
I can see that. Save up for something or use those lockpicks. Either way, I can't help you anymore.
I have no money. I might as well beg on the village green like you.
The hell you will. This is my turf. Here you go. I'll skip supper. It's partly your doing anyway.
Wow. I mean, thank you. Seriously.
Yeah, don't start crying. You'd better find some work quick.
Did you play Mass Effect 3 when it first came out or after they patched the ending? I believe it was after the patch, and I did end up playing the, thought the endings, the Mass Effect trilogy is fantastic, true. And so was playing every few years for me, also true. I loved the, I mean, even with the patch, it's a bit like polishing a turd. The ending is just so bad. I really love the, that one DLC they gave us to make up for it, the Citadel DLC. That one is great. That should have been the ending. Still so bitter about it. People who haven't played Mass Effect, I'm so sorry you're being left out. It is that ending is so bad.
Oh, damn. I could use a horse.
It's such a good DLC.
Years to get to Semine on foot.
Don't exaggerate. This province is small.
Still, it'll be faster with a horse.
There's a stud farm in Semine, renowned far and wide.
And which way is Semine?
Southwest from here, not too far. There's a road goes right there from the green. Just go down the hill. Once you see the walled farmhouse, you're there. Though, I'll be a queen before you can afford a horse from Semine.
Who did you romance in Mass Effect? Liara. Always Liara. Beginning to end. Yeah, it's the best just not talk or think about the ending of Mass Effect. Yeah. Bar, you're already a queen. True. Garrus for me. Ooh. That's a good choice.
Do you know where I might find accommodation?
Betty in the tavern lets people sleep in the hay. But you have to pay.
I'm not going near that tavern. I'd catch hell again. Got any other ideas?
If you find some work, maybe you'll get a place to sleep too.
Love Caden. Love Caden. Yeah, Creighton's fantastic. I know someone who turned him into their Pookie.
My main concern is getting to that wedding in Semine. Do you know anything about that celebration?
Well, yeah. People are talking of nothing else. The Lord's son is getting married to the sister of that lout he was fighting with.
How much time do you think I have? Have the preparations already begun?
From what I hear, the bride's dress still ain't finished, and blacksmith Radovan still ain't started smithing the gift for the groom. So, no rush.
Hopefully by then I'll find a way to sneak in.
You just said you weren't going to steal or do anything like that, Henry.
Oh well. It was nice to meet you, but I should probably get going. Get a job, and so on.
Don't worry, you'll manage. Till we meet again.
Alright. We now have a couple of things we can do, although the first thing we should probably do is clean ourselves, because we are extremely messy. I love Caden for me, but I always choose Ashley in the choice of the mission we shall not speak about. I mean... Wait, choose to not send her or choose to send her? Because I can't get rid of Ashley fast enough. I just got my work rotas for the next 3 months and it's all Saturdays. My stupid Baka life. No! Bewildered Beastie, no! That sucks. We'll miss you. You save Ashley? Yeah, it's Okay, we got Press Tipser. We've got. Well, this is Troskowitz, POI. Here's. No, Tomcat. Wish we could romance her with a female character. I love it took Tom like an entire stream to get out of Troskowitz. Did it really? Yeah, the thing about Ashley is that she's just so. I don't want to call her a bigot, but she's kind of a bigot. You know? Just a little bit. Like, it makes sense why we can't romance her with a female character. But, like, if a game gives me the option to be a lesbian, I'll be a lesbian. So, of course, I'm going to go for Liara. So is Garrus. True. I don't remember how we get clothes, guys. It's been a while. Although... No, we do still have clothes. Okay, it's fine. We're good. How did we still have them in our inventory? Why were we stripped naked for the pillory? My Mass Effect 1 to romance Caden with a male shep, and the romance actually got recognized in Mass Effect 2 and 3 with the same male shep. That's cool. Don't you already have some from Virginia? Yes. Ouch. I know. Eventually, we'll get to upgrade those. Why were they naked? None of the other people we see in the pillory are naked. Right? I usually find clothes from a person who got robbed, but since that would be stealing, we're being extra good boys. But we still have some. We have food. Why do we have food? Why do we have stuff? Wait, did Bara help us that much? Oh no, I picked stuff at Bojena's. That's where I got the stuff. That's right. Or said the boys will be naked as a treat. Medieval fan service. Yes. How did Henry keep his inventory wearing nothing but those long shorts? Magic. Got a hunting sword we won't be using. May as well sell that, honestly. Oh, I wish I could work with Ashley like that. Wooloo's always getting the short end of the stick. That's true. That's so true. Okay, we're wearing clothes now. Let's wash up again. Now that they can't be... Wait, not here.
And with you.
Is it over here? It's gonna take me 10 years to get the lay of the land again. Henry's Gambus here is so ugly. I know, right? I mean, if it works for M-Ship, I'm sure it works for Fem-Ship too, maybe. Trough by Tavern. Yep. Alright, we're as clean as we can get in a trough. I struggle to say that word. Now. Here's where we can get the information about the armor. West Tipster. Alright, let's start here. Point of interest. I assume that's going to be Betty, who we need to apologize to anyway.
Can't say I blame him. After all,
Is she
he
here?
is marrying off his only
What time is it?
daughter.
I get that, but
Okay.
I just can't listen to it
Oh,
anymore.
no, that would be
What's
lockpicking.
that noise?
Was that you?
And I was beginning to worry what that was.
Never mind then.
But it's just
Is the place not open? It's 8 a.m. Open up your tavern. People want to drink. You can romance Caden in Mass Effect 3 without mods, but not Ashley, but not an option for console players.
God be with you.
Yeah. Day drinkers, damn it. Right? Yeah, that's the thing. Console players are always getting the short end of the stick. Which is why I always play on computer. But also because if you put a controller in my hands, I suddenly turn into a toddler. Just absolutely zero abilities. Some shops open so late in the day. I know. Yeah, 10 a.m. It's weird. You'd think people would already be awake by then. above the codex entries. Yeah, we're gonna know way too much about wine growers by the end of this, because I think you can do a good chunk of that quest that I absolutely loathe doing. Do they actually mention here? 20-year-old man. Oh, he gets a canon age! Okay! It's good to know. I thought we didn't know. Bro, get up and work. That one tailor in Matai that exclusively opens at 11 a.m., right? Business hours in Bohemia are abysmal. Many shops aren't open until like 10. If a mod that disables the animation for herb picking. Yes! Yes, I promised everyone that I would get it since last time, and I have added it. Like, I've updated it, rather. Because otherwise we would go insane. They changed canon and aged Hans up. Yeah, I mean, I knew that they made him older than he actually, like, canonically would have been. But I didn't know for sure we knew he was 20. Now, if only we got a canon age for Henry, too. Yes, Lukedale referred to this entry when Hansry haters were saying that the romance was inappropriate due to age difference. Good for him. I wish more of the housewives had names and weren't just housewife. I don't think we have any money. We need to find our stuff in our magical cave. Is this trespassing? No, I can steal. Okay, good. That's the thing about, you know, herbs from people's gardens. It's not stealing for some reason. So I think I would be upset if it was me. I mean, it was always just a stupid excuse to hate on Hansry, but anyway. Yes! Good God, yeah. Pretty sure the Troskowitz Butcher is closed all morning. God! Should know Henry, January, June before hitting majority. Fun thing is that according to what we know, he had Henry Jr. before hitting majority. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. That should shut up all the he's 15 years old people, yet they feign ignorance. They sure do. Age difference, I definitely think Henry's about the same age as Hans, slightly older best. Yeah, I think so too. Now the question is the scribe already going to be up and about?
I'm always glad to see polite people like you. God be with you.
God be with you. How's the watch going?
Not bad, so far.
Yeah, don't fuck it up, Henry. Question is, can we go in here? There's our indulgence chest. Are we allowed in here? Yes. Yes. You can't really look at Hans's in-game model and go, that's teenager. You're about to be overloaded soon. Overloaded? This game doesn't have kids, but it does have pregnant women. Does it really? I mean, I know of one at least. Overloaded. Oh, in terms of weight. Okay, that's not a problem for me. I have mods. I don't play on console. I'm too much of a hoarder. Otherwise, I'd always be running back to the chest to be like, I need to drop off more stuff. The Thunderstorm Woman, yes. I think if it's like relevant to story stuff. Remove because people are going to be killing them for funsies. Yeah, that one I 100%, yeah. In the game, there's virtually no difference, but in the real Jan was like 15 this year it takes place, so haters were saying it was inappropriate, but it wasn't. Which, I mean...
What do you want here, you scoundrel?
Excuse me! Barge in! They did make a good call there, yeah.
I met the local beggar. Barrow was her name.
She's here again? Oh, confound it. But we'll get rid of her somehow, you'll see.
What? But I...
You didn't give her any money, I hope? Rabble like that are like stray cats. Feed them once, and you'll never get rid of them.
No, she just told me you might know where I could get some armor.
Armor? Unless you want to join the local watch, I don't think I can help you. Unless, maybe, Radovan, the blacksmith from Takhov. We might sell you something.
But Barrow told me you might know of something better. The armor of some Brunswick?
Oh, that, lad, 'tis but a legend.
Yeah, very rude. Especially because it's like, oh yeah, you just barge in here. Bitch, this isn't trespassing. I checked. Fuck this guy. Yes. Pretty standard in a lot of RPGs, so some make him unkillable essential. Yeah. Ew, a Barra hater. True. Based opinion to have. I headcanon Henry to be about 16 to 18 in KCD1, and I absolutely ignore Warhorde's timeline of a few months game time, substitute with my own few years. I would love for there to have been a few years in between, but alas, it does feel weird. This entire game takes place in a mere few months. I agree. Both games, actually. Yeah, it is weird.
What legend?
It's hard to explain. There are actually two legends.
Yes, teenage vibes in the first game. I agree, but I think part of that is literally just because like anyone can have teenage vibes, right? You can be 20 years old and have teenage vibes already because you were that sort of I don't want to call Henry a layabout because he's not, but he did have it easy. You know what I mean? Anyway, this is how we get our first mention of gay people in this game. That's exciting. He's sheltered, so is Hans. Exactly. It would explain why his voice dropped. That's true.
Or even 3. Well, it doesn't really matter. Why are you so interested anyway? Fine armor like that belongs in the hands of a knight.
Well, we could try. We're going up against a scholar here. Oh yeah, the voice drop and the wicked beard later. Love the beard option. Okay, we definitely don't look like a knight. Selling it is not our way to go here. I bet Radzik's presence in town wouldn't entice Pa and Ma Scowls to let Henry run wild too. True. Let's go with the blacksmith option. That feels like the safest.
That may be true. But even the finest armor has to pass through the hands of the master blacksmith who forged it. Well, I might be only an apprentice, but that's all the more reason I should take an interest in such things and learn something.
Aiming a bit high, starting with knightly armor, aren't you? How about starting with horseshoe nails, eh?
Excuse me?
All right, no need to lose your temper, I'll tell you. In short, they say the armor of ancient Bohemian prince Brunswick is hidden here, waiting for some valiant knight to find it. I don't believe it, of course. After all, I'm educated. But you'd be surprised how many fools have set off to find it.
I like to think Hans also loves the beard option on Henry. Probably, yeah. Hans is definitely into the beard burn. Oh. In my hardcore run, I ran with bearded Henry and love it, but only one specific beard. I hate all the other options. See, I just like... I'm boring. I like classic Henry. It's good as is. I'm educated, but you have shit manners. Yeah. Oh, Hans has a heart attack every time he sees him with a beard. Yeah, listen, that's the problem with having giving Henry a beard. Hans would just lose all self-control. Also, their house and forge are practically right next to the Scots' estate in an inter-ring of the village, which affords them a bit more protection compared to the rest of the shops, and right under Radz's watchful eye. Yeah, that was 100% intentional. He loves it when Henry cleans up, so I think he would dig the beard. Yeah.
Who exactly was this Brunswick?
You don't know, lad? Educate yourself. Brunswick was a famous Czech prince who won the lion for our country's coat of arms.
Really? How is it that I've never heard of him?
Perhaps because he never existed. Prince Vladislav II got the lion for our coat of arms for helping Emperor Frederick I, known as Redbeard.
But you just said that...
Brunswick is just a legend, but a quite lovely one, I'll give you that.
Could you recount for me the legend of Brunswick?
Well,
Barbarossa,
why
yeah.
not? Brunswick was a valiant Bohemian prince. He lived in a time when our country had an eagle on its coat of arms, but that wasn't good enough for him, so he...
Logan pointed out a window in the castle tower has a perfect view of Henry's house. Ooh, yeah, nice. Telling a peasant to educate himself. That's what I'm saying. On one hand, he insults us, but then it's like, oh, no, do some reading. Radzik keeping an eye on his boy. Yeah, I think so. Honestly.
Decided to head out into the world and gain the mark of a more powerful animal.
I hate this guy. Yeah, he's a ponce.
A man after my own heart.
You may think so, but his wife was none too happy. Her name was Ludmilla, and she begged Brunswick 100 times to stay home, but he just couldn't be persuaded. Still, he loved her very much, so he took her ring and told her that unless someone came and showed her that ring during the next 7 years, she should wait for his return. But if he failed to return after 7 years, that would mean he would never return.
The only ones who are given extra protection. Yeah. Or keeping an eye on his mom or on Martin. OT3 enjoyer. I mean, either way, it's great, right? Either you've got some jealousy brewing, some pining and yearning, or you've got an OT3. They could have been a glorious throuple. Exactly.
Damn. He didn't come back, did he?
Don't skip ahead. We'll get to that. Brunswick's party set out to sea, but didn't get far. They were drawn in by an island with a mysterious mountain of amber that holds all
The King 3121. Thank you so much for the follow. They invented the Patchwork family. Gotta respect that. True. Given Sarah's existence too, I think it's safe to assume Martin was a catch. That he was.
Prevents them from leaving. Over time, the men on the deserted island died of starvation, leaving only Brunswick, who noticed that once a year a great bird called No came to the island to hunt, and so the clever knight hid in his horse's hide at just the right time. And when the bird came, it mistook him for prey and carried him away. So Brunswick wandered on. After some time on the road, the prince came across something unprecedented. A duel between a lion and a 9-headed dragon. So, what do you think Brunswick did at that moment?
Whenever someone insults Henry's parentage, he would just go, never talk to me, my mom, my dad, or my father ever again. I do like how they're all chill with each other. Mamma mia, dad style. Okay, but Henry's mom and Sarah, this is how the Wooloos can still win. God, it's like Teresa and Bianca all over again. No matter what, someone's gonna be left pining and the other person's gonna be dead. Exactly.
Well, considering what he later added to the coat of arms, I expect he helped the lion, eh?
Smart. Brunswick rushed to help the lion, and together they killed the dragon. And from that time on, they were stalwart companions. The lion even followed him all the way back to Bohemia. Except, by then, it was already too late. It had already been exactly 7 years to the day since Brunswick set off on his journey. His wife, Ludmilla, who had until that time valiantly resisted all suitors, was about to remarry. But at the wedding feast, Brunswick managed to drop the ring in her cup, so it all turned out well. For Brunswick, that is. Not so for Ludmilla's new groom, but the lion took care of that.
Teresa's the best, not gonna lie, should have been in the second game. Yeah, I agree. If you go by looks alone, Martin sure can get it. Yeah, you can. Not only looks, to be honest, Martin has a great personality. I agree with that, too. And the lion found a closet, and the rest is history. I mean... But then there's Hans and Henry, too. I mean, that's the problem with Teresa, right? Is that that would complicate things a little. Modern AU, where no one is forbidden from loving anyone else, Henry has the strangest and most wonderful extended family. True!
Where did Brunswick's armor come from?
It is said that George the Lion of Württemberg brought it here. He was the nephew of Lord Chenyek of Württemberg, who built Trusky. This George spent a lot of time with King Wenceslas. A suspiciously long amount of time, if you know what I mean.
Boy, do we! So see, this is the first mention we get. And if he goes, I don't understand, the guy's like, oh, don't worry about it. It's a legend anyway. But no, we understand. We pick up what you're putting down, Scribe, Geibel, or whatever it is. Exactly, Kanji Club. You got it.
I think I get the picture.
And it is said that one day a lion escaped from the king's menagerie, and George overpowered it with his bare hands and laid it at the king's feet, still alive. As a reward, Wenceslas gave young Wartenberg the name Lion and the armor of his ancestor, Prince Brunswick. Only Sir George didn't live to enjoy it for long. He caught the plague at a tournament abroad and died on his way back to his king, specifically while visiting his uncle here at Trusky. Of course, the king wanted his armor back, but Lord Chenyek didn't want to give it to him, claiming he had the hereditary right to it. It looked like Wenceslas would lay siege to Trusky, but fortunately Lord Chenyek was completely destitute by then, so he sold all of Trusky and the armor to the king.
They did bury one of the gays. Were they gay or European? I mean, they were gay and European. Exactly my thought, the king. I love Teresa, but I don't think a relation between her and Henry has a future. I agree with that. Anyway, yeah, F in the chat for the gays.
Chenyet was broke. How come?
Because of building his castle. Trusky may be impressive, but it's too expensive for a nobleman. Even the king had difficulty paying for such a castle.
Well, if the king was so endeared with Brunswick's armor, why did he leave it here?
Because he didn't have any choice, my friend. He never found the armor. Lord Chenyek was as cunning as a fox. While he did leave the armor here, he never told anyone where. It's said he hid it so it could only be found by a true knight, each piece in a different place. Or so they say round these parts. Who knows if there's any truth to the tale?
And do you know where I could find Brunswick's armor?
Yes, lad, if it even really exists. But I do have a little bit of advice for you. Sir Chenyek, who...
Okay, I have to leave, but it was nice being here. Hope you'll enjoy the rest of the stream, and thanks for time. Thank you so much for coming, Blues Old Worlds. Until next time, bye.
They say hid the armor, left behind a riddle. It's a test that must be passed by whoever wants to find it. Do you want to hear it?
People said things. Are you really European if you're not gay, though? No, I can say as much because I am European. Could Henry be the king? Henry is the true knight. Okay, that's it. I've caught up.
And how did that riddle go?
Wait, how was it? I've got it. Take your leave of crone and maiden, standing tall behind the gates. Boldly go towards true midnight. In caverns cold your prize awaits. Pass through the all of forest kings.
Why did he memorize this?
From hunter's gaze. Standing tall, 2 guards of stone. Behind whom yearned for treasure lays. Between them stands a mighty rock. A subtle niche, yet deeper still. A place to give one's art to God. Behold, my armor gleaming still.
Riddles. What have I got in my pocket? Exactly. Do you know IRL Razik dies very, very, very horribly? Yes, I absolutely do. Absolutely gets mobbed in a tavern alongside a couple of others, but mainly it's I can speak words, mostly him. Damn, you are a historian. Okay, that's fair. Shots fired, and appropriately so. They land. Medieval Riddler here. Riddle me this, Batman. Exactly. Yes. Anyway, yeah, Razik does die horribly. Hopefully not in this game series.
The crone and the maiden towards midnight. We've got east, west, midday, midnight. Bloody hell. I think I know where it is.
Really? Well, seems you've got something between your ears then, lad. And you know what? I've got something else for you. Sir George, who previously owned the armor, wanted to have a nice poleaxe made in Prague too, but he died of the plague before he could do it. I'm not too certain about Brunswick and his armor, but this is certainly true, because I have a copy of George's order here. Here, take it, as a keepsake. And now, go.
Gets mobbed by anti-Hussite people, right? Yup. He was trying to collect taxes. People had a point there doing what they did. If anyone was IRL, they would have riddled the crowd and saved Ratsick. You just had that in your pocket. Okay, right. Now the question is, I don't remember how to get to Tahov. Is it to the east? You can obviously go to the... It's where the B is. Oh, perfect! Thank you. North. Perfect. Alright. Northwest, I think. We're moving toward the B. We're also gonna, in the process, we're gonna work on our stamina. Make Henry bald and beardy to maximize his gay and European charisma. Blocked! You know what? We can get our stamina up and we can pick some herbs. That's actually how I end up spending most of my time playing pretty much any RPG. Like, you give me the option to collect herbs, we will be here for days. It will never end. I will never get better. I will not improve. That is a promise. Perk points. I need to remember to spend those. Sheep! Yes. Hans would still love him if he was bald, guys. It's fine. That's true, but would we? What am I saying? Of course we would. It's Henry. We're gonna bring our survival up as quickly as possible just by picking all these herbs. And it's also going to help Henry get a bad back faster. I have done that so many times, right? It's the thing to do in RPGs. No, but it's not about us. True. Can't wait to play KCD2 in hardcore mode. Stronger than I am. Hans would also go bald in solidarity. Yes. Not knowing where I am. That I can't. It couldn't be me, Kanji Club. You are so strong for that. KCD1 is the first game I ever voluntarily picked a more difficult mode, and actually I'm having fun with it. That is incredible. I have so much respect for you. Hans has a receding hairline himself, though. That's true. So really, that's why Henry's doing it, right? Solidarity. It's the other way around that we were thinking. If one of them goes bald, they can form a Japanese comedy duo. There's a whole subcategory of jokes based on bald and big toes. Is there really? That sounds like something I've learned before, actually. I used to study... Oh god. For like a year. I studied the gay herbalist. The Japanese comedy duo based out of medieval Bavaria. I used to study Japanese in college. And, yesterday I got a wonderful comment during the stream that took me the fuck out. Where this person came in, we were talking about the game I was playing, Civ. And he goes, oh, I hope you understood that reference I just made. You look like you watch anime. And I was like, I don't know how to take that comment. I found out later it was because of the pink headphones. Shots fired. Exactly. I'm like, this is so out of... Where did this come from? This website's hate games. Fellow Japanese studies person. I have a master's in Japanese. Nice. Yeah, I studied it for a while until I was like, I think if I'm in college any longer, I will die. And then
Oh gods. I wonder what their names were.
That's one thing I do love about this game. Just absolutely stumbling into things. Is it stealing, guys? It's just picking up. You do look like someone who watches anime, not gonna lie. I don't even that much. I used to watch more anime. Playing it right now with all the perks on. Sif the Fierce, that is incredible. But also, given that your name is Sif the Fierce, I assume you play Dark Souls. So I am not surprised that you would play hardcore KCD2. It really is a challenge, but I love how it forces you to pay more attention around you. I discovered so much that I missed on the first playthrough. Now I cannot wait to play KCD1 again, but with a hardcore, and I'm not even done here. Damn, you are strong. Manifesting Warhorse, ignoring history like you did with so many other things. Same. Borrowing for an extended period of time is not stealing. Also true. I agree. I especially love how clean the HUD is in hardcore mode. I believe that. That's even for the battles in hardcore mode. What? Agreed. Let the man run away with Henry instead. That would be fantastic. I know that these were, done for old gods, but it's not stealing. It's fine. What are we examining?
I see they haven't been forgotten, and the locals still worship them. I can't really blame them seeing the state of this land.
I'm reminded of Pentiment, if anyone here's played it. We're Christians, it's fine. Yes, that's true. We're all sharing here, and also this is technically quasi-blasphemous. Hire us, Warhorse. We know what we're doing. We so do. I don't know if I would ever pick all the perks. It sounds daunting. I picked Tapeworm, but keep my Henry very well fed, so I actually rarely get the infamous I'm feeling quite hungry voice line. That voice line is incredible. I mean, you can also get it. My favorite way to get it is in combat. If I can multitask enough to click the button. Pentiment! Yes, my beloved. Because you don't get any indicators, you have to pay more attention to the character models. Oh, that's... Ooh. Hey, Christian, I'm Mexican. Sif is for Lady Sif from Thor. Oh, okay. I thought it was, Sif the dog. He was a wonderful character and a good boy. Can you call animals characters? Yesterday, one of my friends was like, Tam, you can't call, like, just doing, like, basic things like calling a doctor admin. That's only for work-related purposes. And I'm like, I will continue doing it anyway. Sif is awesome, right? Of course, Mud is a character. Best fellow. Thank you. Mud is a fantastic character. Let me pick... Is that not Thistle? Sometimes these plants look so similar to other plants. And I even have the mod that makes it slightly easier to see some herbs, which is great because otherwise I would never find Herb of Paris. Mutton pebbles are fully fleshed out individuals. That they are. We're moving toward the bee. It's slow going, but we're getting there. Just picking up a few things along the way. I love the music of this game. Can't imagine switching up pebbles. Right? Same! Same. Especially after Henry learns that she's still alive. Despite all the amazing QOL changes in KCD2, they still can't fucking make Mint stand out, right? I'm actually really good at spotting Herb Paris. Nice. And Belladonna, but I still don't know what Mint looks like. Has anyone run into this weird trader who calls you by name and knows a lot of stuff about you? What's up with that guy? I'm not sure. I don't know if I've run into him. Once again, just absolutely ecological decimation in the Bohemian countryside. I am picking all the herbs. No herbs for anyone else. Bojena, eat your heart out. We have the strong back here since we're not doing hardcore mode. That would be make this run even harder. The Phantom Horse, though, perfect for an evil Henry win. That's true. But that's like more of an aesthetic choice, you know? It's not like you've stopped loving pebbles. Where it's like, oh, you get to Trotsky and they're like, oh, don't you want an upgrade? And I'm like, no, go fuck yourself. I love my horsey. Phantom Horse is super cool. Ooh, Tahoff. We reached it. But not before we do some more ecological devastation. Thought that was Valyrian. Oops. Alright. Fine, we'll go the long way round. No, this is very beautiful, very powerful. So true. Chef's kiss aesthetic. Icebergs are melting because Tam picked all the herbs in Bohemia. I am ruthless. I feel like I got divorced when I traded pebbles for the Phantom Horse. I believe it. How do I have 200 hours in this game and still miss shit? What is this Phantom Horse? We'll find it, maybe. We'll see if we can and do it legally. No idea what Belladonna looks like. I'll point it out when we find it. We'll find it again here. Chimkins. Yes. 30 hours in, the only perk that really is a pain in the ass is sleepwalking. The other ones are not as annoying until now, to be honest, but yes, fighting is so much harder, which is what I wanted. Oh, I'm stronger than I am. Glad I didn't hallucinate him. I mean, I'm sure... I was never going to think that you had. Well, sleepwalking actually sounds like a really fun perk. And I'm saying that, like, from a narrative perspective, you know? Like, but also kind of just from a luck of the draw, like, where are you going to end up this morning? It's recently added with the patch. You'll find it during a quest in the Kuttenberg region. Those are fancy ass, super, like, there's actually 2 really super cool black horses in this area. You're just a housewife? Yeah, housemaid, sorry, my bad. Another unnamed woman. Smithy. Should KCD have multiplayer? What would multiplayer KCD look like? Doggy! Yes, doggy. I love the good old Pebbles perk, though. It makes her so fast. I do, too. That reminds me, I need to look at perks. In hardcore mode without fast travel, you get that perk super quickly. That makes sense. Just arrived there in my hardcore run. I'll look for it. Yeah, KCD multiplayer. I feel like it would be super fun if the other person could play Hans. The only problem would be that I would just want to play Hans.
I'm here then. You said in the alehouse that you could do with a helping hand at
What's
the
going on
forge,
behind us?
didn't you?
I could. My last 2 hands, well, they're not worth mentioning. And what with the wedding coming up, the work is piling up. Ah, what's your name? Henry?
That's right.
You said something in the tavern about being a blacksmith's son, didn't you?
Aye, that's me. My father was a swordsmith, and not just any. He even forged swords for the nobility.
Those 2 guys just being the show. I know, right? Girls are fighting in the background. We could have had a Hans section like in the Godwin sections. I would have loved that. I kept waiting and hoping for that to happen. The horse is part of a new quest in which you make a sword for the Kuttenberg executioner, which is amazing because we fucked his sword up in KCD1.
For the nobility, eh? Well, that kind of experience will come in very handy for me indeed. As it happens, I have to forge a wedding present for young Lord Semine. A fine sword.
So you'll take me on?
Hold your horses. I'll have to try you out first. You could forge me a hunting sword as a test, so I can see if you can make a straight blade. That shouldn't give you much trouble if your father was a swordsmith, should it?
WWE John Cena versus The Rock in the background. I know, right? Now they're gone. Our entertainment's gone. Also, do we all love that sight glitch where sometimes it looks like the sun is shining through the characters, like their eyes specifically? Sometimes the mouth as well. Terrifying. Average day in Bohemia. 2 guys randomly start beating each other. You'd think they would have been okay with Hans doing it, but no.
Sure thing. I can get started right away.
Great. Find some iron and get started then.
Iron?
You can't make a sword out of butter, but if you don't have your own stuff, you can get everything from the chest in my forge.
Okay, gotta go. It's dinner time. Alright, have a good dinner, Bewilder BC.
Go over to the anvil and let's get started.
Actually need tools first, though. Sir. Outside. Yes, indeedy. That's gonna be me soon, too. So you said, please play KCD1 despite all the jank. It's so good. It is so good, but also Mill Pancakes did play KCD1. She's my beta reader.
Furnace is cold now. Give it a practice try. Some things, like swords, are too long to fit in the fire. You have to heat it up bit by bit. Try poking it around for a bit. Now
Love
get the
KC1.
furnace nice and hot.
Even
There's a
though...
lever above you. Give it a pull. It works the bellows.
Love KCD1, even though I played after 2, have like 70 hours into it. Want to do a hardcore run at some point. Nice. I did, I just didn't clock that it was the same sword. Jank is there, but it wasn't as bad as people said. That's true.
But you won't be able to tell when it's in the fire. You have to take it out from time to time and take a look. Try it out. See? That's exactly the straw color we want. You've got talent, lad. Now heat up the whole thing. The whole thing is heated up now, so come over to the anvil. Try moving the sword along the anvil so you can get the hang of it. Now take the hammer and try hitting it a few times. See the sparks? That's the sign of a good strike. The more sparks, the better. Also, you can hammer with different degrees of power. A stronger hit will do more, but it'll tire you out faster. Try giving it a few blows, as hard as you can, so I can see how strong you are. That's got a nice ring to it. Of course, if it was all about hitting an anvil with a hammer, any dolt could do it. You've got to hammer the workpiece evenly. One hit next to the other. Very nice. You're doing just fine. But when I say evenly, I mean it. A sword has two sides, like a lot of other things, including myself. Turn it over and continue on the other side.
People and saying things. The jank is there, but it wasn't as bad as people say. The combat was harder, that's true, but also not impossible. I also play as after KCD2. This feels the feels hit so hard, and it is surprisingly good for its age. The feels do hit hard, but honestly, I love being like playing it in order, right? So obviously I played it years and years ago, but knowing all that stuff going into KCD2 is fantastic. The Hansry, man. The Hansry, they've come so far. Funny thing, Tom said he didn't do the whistling for this, but when he whistles, it sounds exactly the same. Does it really? That line is so random. It really is. Like, oh, I have two sides as well, by the way. Saw a KCD1 playthrough of one trying to make Henry survive with a hardcore mode in forest only. Was so funny. Oh, that sounds hard.
Nice. Now try forging it on both sides.
I literally
the
just
closer
turned
it
it
is
over.
to being finished, the more it will take on the shape you want. It'll cool off soon anyway.
What if Henry accidentally hammers the blacksmith? This guy's got his fingers in there. If we play our cards right, this will get our stamina up. I love the alchemy and smithing minigames. Spent so many hours on each. Really? Did you really? Oh, wow. Okay.
Henry, when you've got a workpiece heated up, you can't just stand
I'm
there
sorry.
and
I'm talking to people. I would like to take it back into the forge, honestly. Any tip I saw and checked, it's true about smithing. You don't need to turn the piece around. Really? Just keep moving around to the same side.
It's cool now. You can't do it all in one go. You've got to put it back in the furnace from time to time.
Finally.
Sometimes you've got to go there and back all day. But it's all part of the craft. Now, get back to the forge and heat it all up again, like before.
Just keep moving around the same side and you can still get the highest level. That's nice. Immediate labor reforms in medieval Bohemia. True. Interesting to know. It really is. I'm sure Henry would rather be hammering something or rather somebody else. Hans, where are you?
So come over to the anvil.
It's more about getting the perfect strikes with the sparks and keeping a steady rhythm. Some of these lines sound interesting. Don't they just...
Besides the sparks, you can tell a good... See how it's taken... There you go. You've got it finished. All that's left is to temper it. And the sword will be done. The rest is just tweaking.
Henry in the Forge. Everything reminds me of him. Yes. Yes. Although that does always make me wonder, like, what would it have been like if the boys had never gotten divorced? You couldn't have Hans in this part of the game where he'd have an inappropriate reaction to Henry hammering. Some of the art that I've seen of, like, Hans watching him do the blacksmithing is some of my favorite. It's so good.
Right. Let's have a look. Very nice work. Your father taught you the trade well.
He'd certainly be happy to hear that.
If you carry on hammering as well as you did today, you've definitely got a job here. Even so, keep in mind, it's all about making sure every strike does its job. That's why you can't let it get cold, or keep striking the same spot. If you work evenly, each strike falling right next to the last one, you can't go wrong. Got that? Or is there something else you want to ask about?
It's my headcanon that whenever Henry's at the Devil's Den Forge, Hans watches him for science, or something, to check if he's doing a good job. You're getting a good look at those Herculean muscles in the forge. Lord of the sex that he is! Henry would hammer Hans. Can't blame him, we all would. True. True. Did they make this sound dirty on purpose? I think so, honestly. Rather than providing the birds the bees speech. There's one part later when Henry tells Catherine a few girls have seen his forging. That line is so cringe. I mean, the exact same high-pitched cackling Catherine did. God, that line, I swear.
What good does it do me to whistle while I work?
It makes you work to a rhythm. You won't get tired so quickly, and the iron feels it.
They did this dirty by not having Hans show up to the Rattay tourney when Henry fights as a page. True.
How do I know a good strike from a bad one?
By the sparks that fly up, and by the ring. It rings out with a different sound when you do it right.
But also the amount of, like... I don't know why I'm asking these questions. I have chat to help me.
Thanks. That's all I need to know.
You can sleep in the chamber by the woodshed. And there's a chest where you can keep your things. And of course, you can use the forge anytime you want. Any questions?
Where can I get materials?
You can buy some essentials from me. But if you want to make a fancy sword with lots of ornamentation, you'll have to look elsewhere. This is just a village, you know. The locals ain't after luxury. And they can't afford it neither.
Radaman talks like he's a drug dealer from the hood. Not wrong. Yeah, we go on about Hans being cringe, but that line from Henry, they match each other. That's true. That line is so bad. It's so bad.
What can I do with the items I've forged?
Well, you can sell them. Though you probably won't have much luck around here. But I'll happily buy some of the nicer things from you.
Where exactly is my bed?
At the side of the house. There are 2 doors and a wheelbarrow between them. You go in by the rear door, next to
the rear, you say?
And you can put your things in the chest there. Don't worry, nobody will steal them.
Now I understand why they call him Blacksmith rather than... Yeah, it's... that's also why he has such a good relationship with the miller.
What now?
What do you think? You're not going to be idle. I'll find you some work to do right away. You're pretty good at swords, but what the locals really need is axes and horseshoes. Right. Here are some simple drawings that show what they're both supposed to look like. And some iron. You can get down to it right away.
Just like that? You aren't going to help me?
Sacre, lad. I chose you because you already know a thing or two. I'm not going to look over your shoulder all bloody day.
In
You
all
take
fairness.
care of these smaller jobs. Forge away as long as you're able, and then sell it all. Once you've made some coin and feel like being out in the open again, I'll give you some more interesting work.
He didn't choose him at all. We literally asked for a job. When Hans offers to build a forge in his castle, he absolutely wanted to see his muscles working. Yes. Mm-hmm. Now we get some gear. Gesundheit. We can put the swords... Well, I guess we can sell them, but for now, we only need one torch. Yes. Nice focus, mouth open, thoughts nasty, always. Who's this woman who keeps sneezing everywhere? I wonder that too, like, so often we'll just hear sneezing happen. Hey, honestly, this does kind of a little bit feel like cheating. My bad. We don't need these yet. Very sad. We gotta find our pebbles. Okay, woke. Toski must have horrible allergies because the sneezing there is excessive. There is so much of it there. Yeah, 5 whole groschen to our name. Sleeping whilst they beat out the metal outside would be torture. That's true. That's what Ma Scallots had to put up with, though, now we're thinking about it. Okay. For starters, let's finish up our cut purse outfit. And then... we don't have leg protection. What counts as leg protection? What's this M for the weight? Is this an M? Is there an M? Those Herculean muscles? Not the muscles! Yep, I don't think that will work. Nope. There's quite a few fan art of Henry working the forge wearing nothing but his apron. Yes, and I appreciate the vision a lot, but also OSHA would throw him in the stocks for that. True. Okay, it says how much you can carry. Let's see. I'm not sure, actually. Although I do have a mod installed, so that I don't have to deal with encumbrance. This poor skin is going to burn. Yeah. They're so white. I can't talk. Yeah, I'm a filthy, rotten cheater. Now the question is, are we putting a wreath on his head? So I'm letting you guys vote on that. To wreath or not to wreath? No mods for Pro Console Girly. I feel so bad for you guys. It's like I needed a mod just to make sure that the wreath actually looks the correct color. Like I had a bunch of instances of it just looking completely wrong. Please put flowers on that boy. I also never got that wreath. Oh, no, you have to impress someone 3 times. and then you'll get it out of the chest. Yeah. You have to, however, and I can show this to you actually. Okay, we're pretty unanimous here. We're gonna be styling. You'll want to, I believe it is in DLC and extras. Yeah, you're gonna want to go into DLCs and extras, and then go in and connect to a pros account, and then you'll get stuff because of it. If you're connected to the account, you can get access to all of these, which are really nice, and as well as the wreath. Once you have impressed someone 3 times. Each of them you have to earn by doing things. Like there's a couple things that I don't have because I just never did those things. I think the plate-like armor still escapes me. Or the gauntlets? There were some that I just never got. Wait, what account? Pros account, over here. So if you do that and then you impress someone 3 times, you'll get the wreath. And you can get also all the other stuff from doing stuff, which is really nice. Yes, go in there. There we go. Now he's wearing flowers. Does anybody like Catholic nun for best immersive gameplay? I mean, that's technically our sneak outfit. That's as close as we can get to being the nun we want to be. No, I do have the gauntlets. I'm a liar. There you go. We do look a little mismatched, but that is okay. 2 of the arms. It's a shame we don't have leg protection. Am I the only one who still uses Fit Girl for games? I have never heard of Fit Girl. What is it? Oh, we need to eat something, actually. We'll start with the not good mushrooms. I know what stuff will fill us up fast. Nope, used it too. I've never heard of it. Oh, yeah, now it overfull. Whoops. Eating onions like that would hurt Henry's tongue IRL. It would affect a lot of things. Okay, we're a little overfull now. That's fine. That is okay. Ooh, gloves. Apron we're probably never going to use. And a few other things. I think that's it. That also means... Where are the gloves? There they are. The color mismatching hurts me. Wait, what happens? There we go, perfect. Henry and Hans have a kid, by the way. Henry says something about Hans showing a girl what a member of the nobility is. Yes! Like, these two are both so made for each other. They're both so cringe. What kid, though? Now I have to ask. We look wildly mismatched, but we're wearing more decent clothes, and that's what matters. Alright, what now? We did get... he's got some work lined up for me. I mean, we can do the work, but... I mean, I guess the horseshoes are fairly easy. I love how we can just get in his way. Except we have no materials. I don't think. Nope. Alright. Well, it's not like it's one of our tasks. We don't have to do that. Really, herb picking should always take priority. I think we also have a few... I thought we had a few quest tipsters here. Nope.
Aye, aye. Take my advice and go and pickle some cabbage, friend.
Greetings to you.
I think it's you, actually. Sir. Sir.
What's new around here?
Vostatek. Lord von Beregov's huntsman is a regular here. He might have some work for you. He's got a cottage near Vidlak Pond. So if you know your way around the woods, you could go and offer him your help. I hope he hasn't started drinking somewhere else. He's my best customer. You could also stop by and see Old Mouth. He's the local storyteller. He could tell you all sorts of interesting things, but only if you bring him some liquor. Don't forget, I have some here to sell, if you want. I'm working on a little practical joke myself. We have this little dispute with the Geliovites. You might be interested. And that's all I'd say.
Sounds interesting. Thank you, innkeeper. You're having problems with the Geliovites?
Not just me, my friend. They're the biggest bastards around. They've been nothing but trouble for years. The winter before last, they piled snow in front of everyone's doors at night, so no one could get out of their house. And last year, they broke into my cellar and pissed in my beer barrel.
Gracious. I hope you got your aim back on them.
Not yet, no. But since you're here, I've got a plan you could help me out with. I'd pay you well. You can count on that.
Guys, we're not going to get very far into this quest. The beef between these two is very funny. It is very funny. I think at the very latest, we will be unable to continue as soon as we hit the... oh, you'll need to trespass. The 2 towns, I mean. Yeah, no, I knew what you meant. Kyaku, don't worry.
What exactly would you like me to do?
Don't worry. I won't make you do any shoveling or pissing anything. But I'll tell you exactly what I have in mind, only after you promise to help
Well, that won't end
me. I'd hate
well
to
for you.
reveal my plan, only for you to go off and tell the Geliovites right away.
All right. I'll help you.
Listen up then. Old Albram,
He is
the
so
owner
cute
of
with
the
the wreath.
biggest plot of land in Geliov, has this beautiful bull. White as snow he is, the finest animal far and wide. Obviously, he's very proud of it. Very protective too. Now I mean you, will give his beautiful snow-white bull a nice new coat of paint. Albram is going to lose his mind. Simple, right?
Yeah, the first time I played, I definitely involved the bailiff to do it peacefully, but this time we of course can't, because you would have to do some illegal stuff beforehand. Henry, the modern-day Caesar of Bohemia, he's so styling. Unless you can find the nail now already. Ooh, what nail? I'd forgotten all about that.
Painting a bull, eh? That sounds like fun.
And
right.
illegal.
We just have to work out a few details.
Oh, the nail that's in place to mark the 2 different sides of the land. Yes. We'll see if we can find it.
First, we have to get some paint. I don't reckon we'll be able to get any here in the village, but you can try and ask Bartoszek, the tailor in Trotskovitz. I hear he dyes his own fabric. And after that, we'll have to make sure the bull stays still while you're painting it. Try asking Radovan, the local blacksmith. I hear he can make some kind of sleeping potion. If you pour it in the bull's water trough, I'm sure it'll do the trick. But watch out. That beast is enormous. You'd better put at least 3 doses of the potion in there.
Would Henry even know what the nails is without reading the book about it first, though? Probably not. You can read the book of the scribe and tell you about it later after getting permission from the bailiff and tells you about the name. Okay. All right. Maybe we will be able to resolve this.
All right then. Albrum's bull will be getting a new coat of paint.
It won't, but I respect the hustle,
Albrum's
Henry.
going to lose his mind. I can't wait. And remember, it's supposed to be a joke. If you get caught or something goes wrong, the whole thing will be ruined.
Right. So I need paint, sleeping potions, and to not get caught.
I think you can talk to the bailiff about it, but he's literally like, ugh, not them again. Those fuckers, you deal with it.
Why do you and the Zhelyov lot hate each other so much, anyway?
It's their fault. They keep playing tricks on us. Albrum's the worst of them all. The nasty old codger. He's always coming up with ways to mess with us. He's the one that stole our pasture.
What pasture did they steal from you?
The one that stretches from the orchard behind the Takov down to the gamekeeper's lodge. It's been ours since time immemorial, but the Zhelyevites took it from us.
And how did they take it from you? You can't exactly stuff a pasture in your purse and walk away with it.
Save the jokes, will you? This is fucking serious. There's a tree down by the gamekeeper's lodge that marks the edge of our land.
Oh, he even mentions
My
it.
father, God rest his soul, was there when they agreed on it. He got a proper ass kicking so he'd remember it. And remember it he did. But then fucking Albrum came along, claiming it was the other way around. And that pasture belonged to Zhelyov.
Yeah, you can convince him to let you read the book during that convo with him. Ooh, I wonder if I'll have enough, like, riz. Don't joke about pastures, Henry. Yeah, Henry, how dare you?
Well, can't you all just reach some kind of agreement?
Do you think we haven't tried? But there's no talking to the Zhelyevites. Year after year, we meet in that pasture. I tell it like it was, but Albrum always starts spewing his lies. Then we end up arguing until the sun sets. And when the Zhelyevites are at wit's end, they come at us, and nothing ever gets solved. We managed to convince them to at least give us back half the pasture. But I know the whole bloody thing belongs to us. We can't just leave things like this.
This quest made me obsessively check all the trees for secrets. That's such a good point, because there are so many, like, secrets around the entire map. There are so many. It's like how we absolutely have to go find the ducks.
And how did they take it from you? You can't exactly stuff a pasture in your purse and walk away with it.
Oh, wait, we already said this.
Save the... There's a true... But then...
Well, that's a tough nut to crack.
This game has so many treasures and holes. It's true. So many. Like the Snow White cottage. My Henry checking all suspicious holes. Not the only hole he's interested in, though.
Have you tried asking Lord von Burgov for help?
Of course, but he'd have none of it. He said it's up to the Trotskovitz bailiff to sort it out. But the bailiff couldn't care less. He said we should deal with Albrum ourselves, or he'll have us caned and clapped in the pillory.
You know a few things about cracking tough nuts, Henry. Hey! So true. But that hole is not suspicious. True. But he should check it anyway. Blue, trespass means you are on private property and its inhabitants will tell you to leave. Okay, well, yeah.
Good afternoon.
People call you the Mouth, right? They say you tell all sorts of stories.
I'm no mouth to you. My name is Dunyik. Got that? What do people call you then? Bughead? Arseface?
I'm sorry, Stenyak. I'm Henry.
Pleased to meet you. But you were right about the stories. I could tell you stories so sad they'd make the devil cry. Or would you prefer something so scary it'll make the hairs on your ass turn white? But it's a lot of hard work for me. Now, if you had something to drink or a couple of groschen, that might help loosen my tongue.
Is it an Arson Balls reference? Don't go around calling people Mouth Henry, for fuck's sake. You're not going around calling Hans Hole, do you? He could. The weapon you get from this quest is so worth it. I still use it. It is a good weapon. Why specifically just the hairs on his ass turning white, though? Good question.
I know quite a few stories myself. How about a trade? A story for a story.
All right, then. But if it's the one about the magic porridge pot, don't bother. I've heard it 100 times. And that story always leaves me feeling hungry.
I know a romantic tale about a knight, his lady love, and 3 impossible tasks he had to undertake to win her heart. He had to bring her the sweetest wine, tame the wildest horse, and make a crown with the rarest gem.
And then? What happened when he'd done all 3?
Well, the lady of his heart showed her gratitude by giving him the most precious thing she had. And I'm not talking about gold.
Ho ho! A raunchy ending. That'll be popular with the lads round here. If I were you, I'd make it longer. To last a whole evening. Add a wicked stepmother, that sort of thing. It'll be a hit. And now, I'll tell you it.
I wonder if that could be a metaphor for something regarding Hans. Possibly. Henry, you dog. Yes. For a second, I thought Henry was going to tell a story about Sir Hans Cape on DLC. The first time I thought this, I realized later I thought he was talking about Stephanie. But then when I first time I heard it, I was like, is there a way to turn this into a Hansry fic? Exactly, he did bring him wine. He earned a horse by saving him. I was like, there's got to be a way to do this. The romantic tale of Henry the Knight and his princess, Hans. Yeah. It's definitely about Henry and Hans. Thank you. We can turn anything into a Hans we think. That's our power. That's what this stream is for. The amount of folktales with 3 impossible tasks is enormous. Yes. Not that I'm complaining, it's good. It's a good format.
Ale in return. So what kind of story would you like to hear?
Ooh. You guys vote on that. Sad, scary, or informative? They only did the same quest. I picked informative the first time around. I don't know, actually. I think I also picked informative the first time around. I assume they all did the same quest. Because I guess now that I'm thinking about it, the story is all 3 things, technically. But we'll go scary.
I'm far too old for fairy tales. Tell me a scary story. One with blood and violence.
Don't you worry. I've got just the
edgelord.
I just hope you don't shit yourself with fear. So, once upon a time, there lived in these very lands 2 brothers. The older was called Kuba, the younger, Matthias. They were both woodcutters, like their father and his father before him. One day, at the height of summer, they were working in the woods. The air was as hot as a furnace, so Matthias went to a nearby pond to cool himself. But as he was leaning over the cold water, there was a loud splash. His axe had got loose from his belt. In haste, he began to search the muddy bed of the pond, and his hands soon touched something hard and heavy. He pulled it out and could not believe his eyes. He pulled out an axe. Yes, but not his old one. It was an axe made of pure silver.
Good God. I'd grab that without a second thought.
Maybe you would, but Matthias would never. He was an honest man, and with a big swing he threw the silver axe back.
Yeah,
he searched
Henry.
the pond again, and this time he pulled out his own axe. Nothing but dull iron and old wood.
Nobody is too old for fairy tales, Henry. Thank you. Shaking my head.
I reckon that was the right choice. Who knows who the silver axe belonged to?
Well, quite. Listen on. Matthias was just about to leave when suddenly a water goblin came out of the pond, silver axe in his hands, and he said, "You're a righteous man, Matthias, and for your honesty, you may keep both axes." Matthias, not hanging around for the goblin to change his mind, took up both axes, gave us thanks, and ran to tell Kuba all about it. Kuba, however, was not best pleased with his little brother's fortune. He deeply envied Matthias for his newfound wealth, so he set out to try the same thing. He ran as fast as his legs could carry him straight to the pond, threw his own axe in, and began a pretend search for it. Yet Kuba had no luck. He pulled out the axe he'd thrown in himself, so he tried again. Tricked by sunlight, he grabbed something shiny, only to pull out his old iron axe again. Enraged, he hurled his axe back into the water and yelled, "Fuck this axe! I want a silver one!" But the water goblin heard his shameful cry and was greatly upset by Kuba's greed. So, when Kuba reached down into the water for a third time, the water goblin seized his hand, pulled him down whole to the dark depths, and drowned him.
Fairy tales, folk tales, myths, and even urban legends are such an integral part of humans' oral tradition. Right, though? Like, I'm so glad that there are some stories that even though they were passed on through oral tradition, we still have them.
Oh, that's so cruel. I feel sorry for Kuba.
Aye, and so did Matthias. He went to the water goblin and begged for his brother's body so he could take him home and bury him. But the path back from the pond led over a steep hill, and carrying the weight of the waterlogged body exhausted Matthias. He stopped to rest by an old oak tree, and he used the silver axe to cut off a branch that would serve as a walking stick. But it wasn't enough. Somehow, it was still getting harder to continue up the hill. Then Matthias realized it wasn't his brother's body that was weighing him down. It was the silver axe. The axe was the cause of all this trouble. So he started bashing the silver axe against the big stone with all his might, trying to destroy it. Yet no matter what, he couldn't even make a dent. With the last of his strength, Matthias climbed to the top of the hill. He knew he could go no further, so he found a pretty spot with a view over the valley and dug his brother a grave. There, he buried both his brother and the silver axe that had brought such pain upon them. His final act was to stick the oak branch in the ground by the grave. But lo and behold, the branch grew green leaves and became a tree. The locals have had no dealings with the water goblin since then, but some have had the bad luck to bump into him. And when you walk by the pier, where it all happened, you can still hear his chuckling.
And that's what makes humans so human, sharing experiences and lessons through tales. Why do we tell stories? To try and make sense of a world that can be terrifying and enormous. That's one of my favorite things. I think that's why I write. It brings us together in a really wonderful way. I might need to install the mod that recolors the wreath to be red, because I always put Henry. I always put Henry in red. But then again, I could also leave it up to you guys of what color we end up dressing. I'll let you guys decide on his drip. We'll do it that way.
That was a very nice story.
Story? What story? It's the truth.
Why hasn't anyone gone looking for the axe then?
Because it brings misfortune. Didn't you listen to me at all? Look for yourself if you wish. Rock Tower Pond isn't far from here. The Water Goblin's Pier is somewhere among the reeds. But leave me out of it. I'm fine here with my drink. It was good to see you, Henry.
Red is a lovely color on him.
Well,
I agree.
good day.
I know most people don't put him in red. They'll go with like green or blue. But I think he looks wonderful in red.
Good to see you, friend. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he should be. Red is my favorite color on Henry. Same. He just looks so good in red. Green just makes me think of KCD1 Henry. I do put Henry in red and gold as well to match the boyfriend, right? I'm gonna go green-blue next time. Nice. Yeah, I mean, why not, right? Vary it up. Kind of like this time, I will let you guys decide on what Henry's wearing. I do love that we literally only changed our clothes and now people are already like, oh yeah, we can trust this guy. I don't know why my thought just now was they should let us talk to the animals in this game, but you know what, I stand by it. The red bailiff outfit in KC1 was fire on him. Yeah, it was. Our very own dress-up doll. He is. KCD2 dress-up game. Why can we not pet the cows? Honestly, they're so cute. There used to be a cow with my name and my sister's name. I don't think that cow lives anymore because that was a long time ago, but when I was a child, I had a cow named after me. Why did cats run away from us with a yow? I know, right? It's because we're a dog person. That's why. Henry is a dog person. Now, that did not stop me from making Pebbles a cat in my Hansry fic that I'm working on. I have so many screenshots with mutt and cows. You can pet one of them, but not the others. Oh, foo! I keep trying to look for Belladonna to showcase. Finding all the other things. They being good. I mentioned Ignatius should be a pet in your fic. Ignatius does actually come up. The fic is mostly texts. So of course Henry gets to tell Hans about how he met a sheep. Love Ignatius. Love Ignatius. You are picking so many flowers in one go. I love the flower picking. I really do. Any game, give me any RPG, I will get lost just picking herbs for ages. Why are we looking at the maypole?
That's a fine maypole.
Thanks, Henry. Wait, so Henry isn't a horse girl in your fic? No, because it's modern day. Which I guess wouldn't stop him from necessarily being a horse girl, but it makes it easier to explain how Hans got hurt. In connection with them acquiring Pebbles, the cat. You would hate the bad back perk. Yeah, I already have it in real life. I'm used to that crunch. You might want to dry those herbs. I do need to. Is there one here in town where I can do that? For the Geliovites. So you can seal the maple. Oh, that's right. Okay, but then wait, hang on. Is there also a reason for why we can always look at that at Henry's favorite fountain? Smokehouse. There we go. Nope, that's just food. I mean, we can smoke the cheese too. Why not? Yes, at the tavern. Oh, okay. My suggestion was to make Pebs a horse plushie. Yes. Inside the tavern, you can dry herbs. Alright. Drying rack? Where is it? I saw the notification. Fountain is a bug they left in. Is it really? When you enter first hour on the right. Thank you! Can we just do everything? I have way too many herbs. Visit this place all the time. Fair. They're good to have on hand. I mean, I just view it as, you know...
God be with you.
Well, it's Henry's favorite fountain. That's just how it is. Oh, perk points! Trying herbs at the same time, too. Yeah. Okay. Yes, Cookie? What is it, Cookie? Opportunist. How many? One? Drop will be... No, we're gonna go with Charming Man. I do I have Survival 23. A lot of herb picking. A lot of herb picking. It's the herbs. That's the only reason. Because I already picked a bunch of herbs in, like, the first session. I have no idea. I don't have a mod for that. For the forge. We're not going to be using weapons, so it makes more sense to go with this. 23 perk points? I don't check this often enough. Next, at the beginning of the game. Okay, we're not going to be using weapons. Fall damage, though. No weapons. We're going full lawful good. In that we want Mom's approval. And she doesn't want us to kill people, so we're going to go punching people. I know we'll need like a sword for the occasional main quest, but main quest doesn't count. If it's required for the main quest, that's fine. But all side quests, if I'm required for a side quest to kill someone or to break a law, that stops the quest. We have to stop the quest immediately. So if there's ways that we can find around it, great. Otherwise... Let's see. That might help, because I am not good at combat. What the hell, Mom? Yeah, no, at the end she's like, oh, all that stealing, all that killing, my poor boy, hopefully they'll, forgive you in heaven. That means you can't do Jan Posey's quest. It means I can't do a lot of quests. I love that guy so much. He's great. But also, yeah, no, it means I can't do a bunch of quests. Or we're gonna go as far as we can, right? So as soon as it locks us out, we stop the quest. But up until that point, we can do it. Kind of like the thing with, like, okay, I'm not going to be able to trespass to go paint the bull because that's illegal. But if there's another way we can do it, then great. Yes. There's also a way to, like, avoid certain things. I had a conversation with one of my followers yesterday where they were like, they don't seem like brothers. This seems like a trick. And I'm like, okay, but they are brothers. And they were like, okay. They don't seem it, though, at all. Painting bulls is illegal. Medieval Bohemia sucks. I don't think it's so much the painting bull, although I guess they would also get annoyed by that. It's more the, you have to do it at night and sneak into the barn to do it. And that is trespassing. And that's illegal. Selling stuff. Silver tongue. Yes, we definitely want... Well, that's only for haggling. What do we want, guys? We can take 2. Can you do the quest with the Samin Lord and his old man Yowie Knight? Well, that is a main story quest. I know that if you go with Radovan, that main quest branch as opposed to with the Miller, you're going to be doing a lot fewer illegal things. I think you can do that one just fine, though. I'm a Hansry endgame through and through, but I low-key ship Henry with Jan Posey. They're kind of cute together. I see that. Sell and buy armor and weapons. But we're not going to be buying weapons. Buy and sell potions. And selling weapons, armor. That might be good. Because we are going to be selling a bunch of weapons. I don't haggle. So we'll go with this one. I think the Samine quest is technically possible if you let them do the killing and you just hold the enemies off. Exactly. Yeah. I can literally just be in the background and not do anything. Like, there is a pacifist achievement for KCD1 too where you can do the same thing. Where essentially the only person you kill is Runt in the entire game. And the way to do that is to literally let everyone else do all the stuff. Like, you just stay in the background. And that will be me. I will be the coward all game possible. Mystic Arts perk and line perfume is a nice money maker. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That would be good to have. I can only get one though. Your energy will slowly, yeah. Potion seller. Let's go with Art of Preservation for now. Sharpen a weapon. I don't do that often enough. Sprinting. Love sprinting. What's up with the cats? Yeah, I think they're terrified of Henry because he's a dog person. It's the only explanation I have. I want to be able to pet the cats. Make thus noise. I do like that. It's not as good because we're not going to be doing a ton of stealthing, but no, the thing that I'm saddest about us not being able to do because we're doing Lawful Good Run is the we'll never hear the song about our hero Henry. No, I mean, I hear cats in the background. Oh, no, they're mine. Those are mine. I have two sweet babies. I heard your cats yelling too. That's just one of them. That's only Cookie. Cookie's the one who makes the noise. You can do the troubadour quest without stealing. Really? But the problem is, because the thing is, yeah, you can go in and you can talk to his dad, but in order to get to his dad, to talk to him, you have to trespass, is the problem. I thought it was my neighbor's cats. I mean, possibly. You go in the house and the guy's dad is there. Yes, but you have to trespass to get to him. Trust me, I've thought this through. I wasn't even going to steal, but it was a case of trespassing. Blue trespassing. Should decide that. We'll decide that next stream, if we'll allow blue trespassing. I wasn't going to, but his dad does give you permission after. Maybe we'll decide on a case-by-case basis. Like, if we really care about something. Does the dad never leave the house ever? Yeah, I think he's just in there. It'd be useful if he left. Sounds like a gateway crime to me. It's a red trespass that's illegal. Blue trespass is like a frown at best, and you can hang for a bit before they start getting agitated. Because after you talk to him, you're not trespassing anymore. Okay. Interesting. I always get nervous anytime the trespassing thing pops up. Alright. I'm gonna leave the drinking one for now. Well, but see, I don't really drink in this game. Well, but I do drink part of quests, so we'll go with this one. Because after you talk to him, you're not trespassing. Yeah, we'll think about it. Maybe we'll do it. Maybe we'll find a way. Okay, good old peppers. Pebbles. I already have that. You can try and reload if it does end up having actually trespassing. That's true. We'll save beforehand. You only attacks on horseback. I'm not gonna do that. Repairs. Head start is absolutely one we want. Count Master is nothing we can do with right now. Scholarship, though. I mean, I love studying fast. How do you already have gold pebbles? Mod? I don't think so. Possibly. If I do, I'll remove it by next time. Promise. I'll check. But see, I already have these two, and I did not take those. And I know I don't have a mod for those. So that doesn't make any sense. Like, there's literally no reason for me to have them. You have to ride her to like 35k first. Yeah. I thought so. Is it, like, is there anything new game plus with this game? I assume not. Okay, I thought it's not. I remember having stealth kill in the beginning as well, and I don't use mods. Okay, alright. Sweet. Maybe they're just by default, you get those. You make 50% less noise when moving in bushes. If an opponent defends against your attempt to stun, let's see. We're not going to be stealth killing anyone, but we might stun them. Let's go with this one. I'm very sure. Okay. I'll make sure I don't have a mod. Oh, okay, that's from the herbs. We're not going to be poaching. Like some of us. Hand choices from KCD1. Game says Henry will fuck you up. Deal with it. Yes. True. We didn't lose that ability. I'm also thinking about like how at the end, spoilers for anyone who hasn't played the game yet, but at the end when Markford is like, I remember everyone I've ever killed, don't you? In this game, we'll be able to say, yes, we do actually. It was Runt and Ishtvan, and that's pretty much it, unless you guys decide to kill some other people. Where we have, you know, it's a matter of revenge. Quality of beds increases. I mean, that does sound good. Charisma. Yes. The moral high ground playthrough. Exactly. So you'll leave Markwart to die a slow and painful death. Interesting. Almost. No. With the ones that are revenge-based, I am letting chat decide. Because the thing about Mom at the end is that she's mad at you if you don't take revenge. Which makes no sense. I also love the Markwart confrontation scene. Did he tell the truth? I imagine Markwart did call a bunch of people. I don't know. But the thing is, he did remember Henry's parents. And that'd be weird if he killed a bunch more people. If he was like, oh yeah, you and your parents. Anyway, yeah, so it'll depend, right? If it's a case of revenge, like someone who will not go named, who can die at the end of the game, or Markvard, I will let chat decide. It says I remember all their names and more. I know who they were. I mean, yeah, he didn't necessarily know Henry's parents' names. Otherwise, that would have been really convenient for us. Josh Platypus, thank you so much for the follow. I assume he did burn quite a few villages in his time. Well, I mean, like, I imagine there's a difference between I burned a village and who knows who died in there and striking someone down. I mean, I like that because I do gather a lot of herbs. Leg day. Love leg day in this house. We're not going to be shooting a lot of arrows. We're not going to be hitting targets. Henry never skips. Exactly. Taking lucky fine because it's great. Hans won't let him. Yes. He needs are there still guns if they're leg muscles? Oh, we've unlocked a few more. Okay. Stamina. Love that. He does skip around everywhere, but that's how he gets the muscles. Hercules muscles, yes. Work those muscles, Hercules. I honest to God, guys, Hans needs his man to be well proportioned. Exactly. For the times that he fucks him up against a wall. Or a door. Or a window. That might be a bad choice. That's risky. His little skip when he haggles is so cute. It is. Yeah, but I think almost not the Hercules line. I genuinely, guys, I think that the Lord of the Sax is even gayer. I'll say it. Yep, and nothing in thievery. Okay. Alright. Got a little overtime. We'll call it there. I love KCD2. I'm trying to complete my 6th playthrough! Holy crap! Josh Pladas! That is incredible! Gay, gay, or gayest. Yeah. Or the sacks. 2 sacks to rule them all. Hans gets bronze, silver, and gold. Yes. That is an insane amount of playthroughs. This is my 3rd. I'm sure it will not be my last. But 6 is amazing. I imagine you know even more little tips and tricks than the rest of us do here combined. And we know quite a few. Or at least my chat knows quite a few, and I learn from them. So having you around will clearly be clutch. As is right, he is the lord of the podium. And the sax. Just him on the podium. Yep. He's a lord. With so many things. But not in bed with Henry. Things are a little different there. A little bit. Henry can do nothing but kneel at his feet. Exactly. I love stealing people's herbs and it not counting as stealing. Like people who have entire herb gardens. This is how our survival goes up so fast, you guys. Because this is all I do. I did do a little bit of herb picking. At one point.
Blessings to you.
My playthrough, I'm trying to get everything to level 30, but darn speech is slowing me down. Really? Speech is always my fastest stat. Like, that's the one we're going to be focusing on most here, because we're doing a lawful good playthrough. Where, ideally, we only knock people out, no killing. Main story quests are excluded from that, of course. Because they require it. I'm still trying to find Belladonna. Yeah, no, speech is the easiest for me by far. Speech level is slow indeed, even when you talk to everyone. I think it's just about a matter of, like, successes you have. I think that does actually matter. So you have to be really economical about, like, who you go to talk to everywhere first. Because some people are going to be more easily impressed than others. If you start immediately heading up to... Okay, here we go. Here's the Belladonna. It looks like, berries. Do you have tips for hunting? My marksmanship is pretty darn good, but those deer run so damn fast. I don't poach. Unlike the boyfriend, we don't poach here. But I've gotten not awful at aiming above the mark. I make Henry Fox to give me 50% more XP. That is nice. That is very nice. I need to, like, one kill them or get away. Yeah, that's kind of universally true, I think. Unless someone's really good at the game and I'm not, which is fine. We're all good at different things. For me, it's freaking out about video games. Mutt is great for hunting and in general. True. That is one thing we're absolutely going to have to do fast. I mean, we're always going to track where the boyfriend went, but we need to get Mutt so that we can get the poaching quest as well. Those two things are so, in my mind, so intricately tied together. I'm not trespassing. I'm not doing anything wrong. Oh, bandits. I see. Bye. I should rely on him if I have to hunt since I'm a terrible shot. My Henry hunts naked with the black arrows. We gotta find all his ducks. Yes. The way God intended. No clothes, no noise. I have so much respect for you. Hans approves. True. Let me up. There we go. I see herbs I want to pick. If we keep this up, I could keep you guys on here for hours while I keep picking herbs. Which I don't want. How do you get black arrows? I have no idea. Chat will know. But yes, I technically did get overtime from what I had intended and expected, which is okay. We got to chat a little more. But I will force myself to pull myself away from picking herbs. By the way, what can you do with feathers? Does anyone know? Oh, Tam, you gotta do the cabbage guy this time out. I do gotta do the cabbage guy. Does it have to do with the feathers I keep finding? What feathers? Are there feathers you can find? This is how you guys keep me here chatting for extended periods of time, because I'm just like, oh, more information for me to learn? More things to learn. You need the feathers for the DLC. Which DLC? Oh! I don't have that one yet, I don't think. Black ones. West of Pshitoki in Kuttenberg, a little pond with a guy sitting there making black arrows. You can pick a lot of black arrows around the trees near him. Strongest arrows in the game. Here's one of the cats, by the way. You saw her earlier. Painter. Yep. I have not done that one yet. Cat. You leaving? You coming back? I would need a blanket for you, I know. You coming back? Yes? Hi. Kita says hello, and she loves all of you. I would say she loves the limelight, but I don't know that that's necessarily true. She's so floofy and soft. Kätzchen. Kleine Mietz. Yeah, thank you for spraying your drool everywhere. Much beloved drool. She is a very old woman by now. For those of you who were not here for that earlier, she is 15 years old. She has had a long and fluffy life. A fluffy, fuzzy life. She's very sweet. You can trade the black feathers to that guy in Pshitoki and we'll give you more black arrows on top of what you can pick around that area. I need to play that DLC. Always baby. She is a baby. She is a kitty. Babushka kitty. Yes. Mine is 13 years. Nice. I think cats that are like older are just like achievements. Honestly. My other cat is also 13 actually. Just turned Mitzi Bouncy. That is adorable. Perk cats. Mine are 6. That's already good. Older than one of my family's cats got. The DLC is a different thing not related to arrows. That's good to know. I was wondering what that was about. Surely it's the reason I keep finding them. I didn't. Yeah, we can learn more about the arrows next time. Oh my god, the drool is everywhere. Good lord, she sprayed the laptop screen. She loves doing that. And everywhere else. Mine is 10 this year and she still acts like a kitten. Exactly! That's Cookie. I just got a new cat and he's 2, so active and bratty. I will want pictures. Country Club. Also, if you heard that, that was Cookie. All right. Okay. I am calling it here. Kitta says goodbye, everyone. I hope you all have a wonderful night or whatever is appropriate for your time zone. And I will see you all, well, definitely next week for the stream on Saturday again. Same time, same place. But also, I will probably stream something this week. We'll see what I'm streaming. It could be Crusader Kings 3, the Incest Simulator, or something else. We'll see. Yeah, until next time. All right. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of the day. I'm so glad you guys had fun. All right. Good night.